Not great. What going on, Stoney? I had a bit of an issue at the gym this morning. Had to call an ambulance. Yay! Didn't go to the ER, but almost did. Almost did. So today's potentially going to be a bit of a chiller stream. Something shorter. I don't know. I almost debated not streaming on the day for rest reason, obviously. But I didn't. I said, you know what, it's gonna be fine. We'll see. We'll see if I was right. Um, we'll see if I was right. But you know, things are okay. Um, the sleep was fine. The sync issue is still not entirely resolved in my eyes. I still think we have some missing packet things. I don't know exactly what is happening. And again, as you mentioned yesterday, this is not necessarily something that you can help on per se, because it's not your domain of expertise just yet. Maybe one day it will be. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. We never know. But yeah, right now, that is not the case. There are like some things basically to explain the grand scheme of the sync that is supposed to happen. The You kind of know how my database system is working, where I have the CloudKit container that is a duplicate of the local fields, we'll call it, of the local JRDB slash SQLite database. They are two the exact same thing. There is a bit of a bridge in between the two, and so when something happened in the uh, CloudKit thing that was so close to the target, when something happens to the CloudKit thing, it also happens to the JRDB of the local device things. That makes sense. These are the thing that we need for the API, basically, right? So that's the system that I want to potentially get, like a third party that would be communicating with everything at the same time. But basically, instead of having the bridge between the CloudKit and JRDB, I want the bridge between CloudKit and the API, and the API and the JRDB, so that I have like a centralized thing that just either fetch from both or pull to both at the same time. That's the triangle that I want to do, rather than just having one bridge. I don't know. It's two bridges, which makes less sense, but it's a better interface for me in order to organize and manage the content. So that's the idea. Nonetheless, that is working ish, but working. And on device, so the thing that is JRDB is like the link to the reference perfumes, but then the user data is saved into something that is called Swift data, and that is on device, but also synced with CloudKit in a private container. All of that makes sense. So basically, the user data in Swift data is going to CloudKit private container. The JRDB data that is on the user device is going to the public CloudKit container. And the bridge in between all of that kind of works, but it's somehow, and I don't know what happened, in some of my updates, apparently, the user data, private user data in Swift UI, when Swift data is synced to CloudKit private container, and they were missing a field. I don't know how that happened, because some of them did, some of them didn't, and there is no real reason of why, because it's just like on July 28th, something happened, and after that date, every entry that I had on my own side just didn't get the perfume ID field. Yeah. But apparently, based on the thing that I've done yesterday, there was others. Like it was not just the past months. It was intermittently at some points. I don't know why. That reference link. Cutie, what got it? You did get it at the start. That is a first. How are you? The the field is just empty and it makes no sense. So the thing that I added yesterday is a fix to ensure that that field is always populated properly and that it goes through. So that's good. But then I also added a system to potentially backfill the content because from what I have noticed is that on my own device, the journal entry that are in the private data things were still on my device, but apparently on CloudKit, not linked to the perfume in question. So they were still present locally and linked to the correct perfume ID, but not in the saved syncable data. So I put a place a thing that will basically just recheck and resync when possible. But there are still some entries that I don't know if I can do that. Um, and so I integrated something, but it is only good for me because users don't have access to the dev tools, and I do. So I don't know how I can fix that, and I hope that the first fix of if entry is in perfume but doesn't have perfume ID in CloudKit, populate perfume ID in CloudKit is going to work. I don't know. And I don't have a, a device that I have used in the past that was using the old app version that I could potentially push the things on to check if it works because I wouldn't have access to the CloudKit container that they have, and therefore I wouldn't know if the sync got synced and repopulated. So that is a bit of a sad thing. But yeah, yeah, that's basically what the fix from yesterday was. It's not. Let me see if I can connect there so that I can show you what I'm talking about. um, but yeah, with the heart situation and the health situation for today, I don't know exactly how long the stream is going to be. It doesn't really matter. Don't worry about it. um, what does that go through? Probably. Basically, in here, so in my CloudKit container, which is this, in the private data timeline entries, which is like anything that is journal related, um, ensuring that, I have the information and it stays there. In my custom zone, private things, if I query that in sorting by date as a descending, we get everything that I have entered. So for example, cleaning off is something that I sent this morning at 7:36. I changed my bottle level update at 7:36. It's also impressive that I've done that in about 10 or 12 seconds. But it happens. So that's good. And the field that was not populated is this one, which you can see right here. This one isn't populated. And this is like a timeline entry that I don't know. And I don't have a way to know on what perfume it was anymore. Like the ID is the entry, so that makes sense. So going back to what you said, your ID columns should never ever be nullable. My ID column isn't. Like it's always good, but the perfume ID is the one that sometimes has been having some issues. So That is kind of annoying because all of these are not really linked anymore. I think based on what I have added yesterday, these ones are the ones that are just uh how can I say that? I cannot link them because it's data that doesn't give me enough information for me to relink. So what I have gone and done in the app itself is I've added, come on, always. My internet connection today is really bad, so don't worry about it, but god dang, it's slow. This is not gonna work. Is it what's gonna happen? This is not gonna work? You're gonna piss me off again? Yeah, I think that's basically what I have implemented yesterday. But yeah. So basically the thing that I have now is that, or the thing that I've noticed that my perfume entries from the past month are now empty because I don't know what I've worn officially. And because of the way of how I am actually um, adding entries, they don't help. So I create this section of the orphan timeline entries. So it's going through, right now I have 23 that are empty, which is similar to the thing that we have in the background, right? The fact that these ones right there are empties is the 23 in question. And the first one wearing today is basically wearing today right here. So it's the exact same content, the exact same thing. And the thing that I put in place is ensuring that if I go into select the perfume, I can go in there, look at my collection and search for perfume in question, get the perfume linked to the correct thing, and then it will relink it here. The thing is, because it's just saying wearing today, and this one was from August 18th, which is 3 days ago, I forgot. Which is the main point and the reason why I created this app in the first place, is that I forgot what I want and I forgot what I thought about it. And wearing today right now doesn't give me anything. So I probably have worn something that I had worn in the past and said, oh yeah, that's probably it, which based on what my brain just said, I guess that was it. So I'm gonna assign that. By doing so, this is assigned here, which means that this row right now in the CloudKit data is supposed to get linked um, to the correct content. So I'm guessing if I just refresh and repoll, it's probably going to work. I should not have done that. It worked. Cool. um, let's do descending as well. So now we had a wearing today right here. And now it's linked to the perfume in question. So now I'm good. But this is just because my brain made a connection and remembered that I won that perfume not so long ago, and the fact that it is wearing today, it being linked to regular perfume and not a sample. This is just like how the app works. That makes sense in my head. For a regular user, this can't exist. So right now, I cannot provide anything for the users. And again, I'm hoping that technically speaking, the perfume entries, timeline entries are saved locally. And in the next update, when I push the next version, users are going to just get things that are currently local are just going to get synced and relinked to the perfume in question if they are orphans. I hope, but I don't know. And I don't really have a way to know. And I will never have a way to know. So there might be some users that will lose data if, and that's the big if, at some point, they decide to say, oh, let me just uninstall this app, and then 2 months later they want to reinstall it, when they will basically repull data from CloudKit, they will have some things missing. Um, so yeah, that's the thing. Um, but yeah, so will you handle the SQL injection? I don't know about that. um, Let me reread that. She said, what you need is an input validation, the entry point of your request, but I have no idea what system you use or how I can help with it for Apple. I see. There was, on the other end, one command in a few lines said required. Yeah, that's basically what I'm... It's not really required right now. It's just, it will make sure that it's filled. I think that's what it is. In any new entries, any past entries that haven't been backlinked, unless we can backlink them, they will never be backlinked, and that's the thing that I have a bit of an issue with. So, for example, the entries in question, when it's just like bottle level updated, this is not something that you can relink automatically to a perfume because it's not linked to anything in the title. And the only one that I can safely relink, if really I don't know, is the added to collection. So we have this, for example, which is added perfume name by brand name to the collection, unless the user decides to handwrite anything. So yeah. And Cutie, yeah, I'm just a designer. So no, I don't know anything about SQL injections. I have no clue. I am currently flying blind, getting an app with a ton of downloads and some users, and discovering issues while I'm using it on my own. That's about it. So, yeah, that was basically the issue. It's just like that fucking thing not being synced, and then or not being filled and ensured filled. Now this is done, so that's a good thing. And the backfill option is also good. And based on what I have noticed yesterday, when I was on your stream, is that technically in some specific cases, there is the one that was not linked got resent on another sync just later, and therefore it got linked after. So the perfume timeline entry name / ID is identical, like they have the exact same ID, but one of them is linked to the CD perfume and the other one isn't. And therefore there is a collapsible, mergeable thing that can happen. So this is useful. Sometimes I just don't know, and we end up with orphans like I just showcased on my phone. So yeah. How does a save button get a row stored in your database? It depends on the thing, but can you explain that, Fields? But also, no, not really. The thing that is also to take into consideration here, I think, is the fact that the database and the sync system is not handled by me. I mean, it is, but not really. Everything that is database related is handled by Apple directly, and I just send the correct field and ensure that what is sent is correct. But Yeah, I don't know. Um, I think all of that QD is handled by Apple, but I don't know. Um, like that's the I would say that's the black box thingy of I don't know if Apple has safety. I mean, I'm guessing they have some safety measure in there um, to avoid like drop tables and so on. But yeah, user have input fields where they can write something in that gets saved in the DB. Yes, kinda, not really. It's a bit of a complicated thing, but yes. So uh, user can create things and manually enter content into fields that will be populating the database, but it is handled through the Swift data cloud kit thing that is native to the Apple system. So I don't really have uh, anything, I think, at my disposal to safely do stuff. Uh, I mean, I probably have some sanitization that could happen re-send, but I'm trusting Apple to do the work instead of me because I kind of trust them. Uh, the other thing that is important as well is that the the private container, the thing that I'm currently on, the private database here, is the thing that is managed by Apple CloudKit iCloud container, and it is a secure, safe relationship in between officially the Apple user ID on the devices that the user has and their own owned iCloud container, private container. So that relationship, I don't have any information about it. No one other than Apple officially, but even Apple, they say that they don't have access to. I don't think so. Um, it's officially safe. So if a user were to send something in one of these fields, like a drop table and so on, that would only corrupt their own database. So the private iCloud thing is something that is user by user, and therefore it is safe of injection, I think. However, the public database isn't, and I will get a check on that to ensure that we have some safeties in place. Because I do agree with you that it would be kind of bad to get an injection that just either spit out the entirety of the content and or wipe the entirety of the database, which is public. The thing is, um, the the public data is yeah, that could be bad. The public data is public, so it's like yeah, I think if a user wanted to get some sort of an injection thing to, fuck the app over, it would either wipe the public data and then basically get re-uploaded by the next user that download the apps. So it's like no issues. And on the private thing, they just wipe their own iCloud container that is related to the app. So I don't know. Lena Chikat, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? Thanks a lot for coming back after the raid. I appreciate that. Um, I don't uh, really understand myself. So yeah, you would look better than me in looking or trying to look like you understand something. So it's not necessarily like uh, No worries. There is some worry in one single place, which is the public database reference fragrances, because they have created at, let me do a descending. The references creations are coming from me most of the times. uh, could come from users, but that's really rare. As in, I have so much fail safe in a way that have a good luck and have a good grocery shopping. The fail safe in question is that in order for a user, like regular user, to be able to send something to the database, they need to have the paid tier enabled. So that's the first thing. They need to have uh, at least uh, 101 perfume in the collections. This is pretty easy, but like 101 is still a lot. And of that 101, they need 51%, so 51 of these to be manual entries, like perfumes that I didn't have in my database prior to that, to be kind of converted into oh, this user, it has good enough data and therefore they might be a provider, so it sends the information to the public database in a in review format that I need to take a look at and then promote to a reference for the entirety of the user base. So already all of these things I think are accumulating. But if you wanted to have like a brand name and do an SQL injection there, it would be something probably. Um, but it is like the only thing, I guess. Um, and if that database was to get wiped, I think the only real thing that I would lose is all of the perfumes that I have manually added to the database that is not included in the binary um like first launch thing. So that is a bit of an issue. The thing is, I'm kind of planning on updating that .db file that ships with the app soon-ish. Like, I guess in the next either next month, I will just bump with the content that we have now because it's like more information and it's not that much heavier of a file to ship with the binary. So it would also kind of reduce the risk of wiping issues. But yeah, like all of that, for example, are the images that I was talking about yesterday, Stony. So these ones are like 250K kilobytes. So it's not like it's not heavy files whatsoever. Um, and they are processed and so on. So it's just it's fine. Um, but yeah, like all of the thing that I have added myself, like Maison de l'Asie, was not something that we had in the database in the first place. So I had to add them manually. Same thing here, and you know, um, just it took some time, but I have all of the data and I could consolidate into one single CSV that is just there for security reasons. But that's also why I want the global centralized API thing, because potentially at some point someone would wipe something that doesn't work here, and therefore we can have like a single source of truth that is shielded from users entirely, but that they can still reach as a I can fetch from API but not send to API. Basically the thing that I had. So yeah, it's safe-ish, but it's not safe. Nonetheless, the latest updates bring a bit of an issue, and so now I have Gardane, and now I have thing that I'm waiting for basically the update on my phone to get the things to work. This is Pose apparently. This is not. how I'm supposed to look. So yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. It's just like I probably have lost personally some data and some like timeline entries that can't be resynced because I don't have the when, like when that happened. Um, the only thing that I have added that I like a lot for myself, this is just a for myself situation again, is in that uh, orphan thing, if on that specific day I was wearing a perfume and the app knows that I was wearing a perfume on that specific day, then it proposed that this was like that I was wearing that perfume and therefore this is the linkable perfume. So I have the list, but like in first collection thing, it just checks and says, oh, based on your calendar, basically on that date, you were on that perfume. So it's probably linked to that. But I don't want to automatically do that because you may have just one that has synced and not the other one and end up with like an issue. So yeah. Nonetheless, it's working. Now it's fine. Now it's fine. But yeah, I lost like all of these and I forgot which one it was. And in my collection, I know that the bottle sizes are currently wrong. Like I know that this one is lower. So the bottle size update that was supposed to have happened last month, it didn't go through. And the perfume entries didn't go through. So that's a bit of a sad thing. Um, but eh. I guess the other thing that I could do in order to ensure potential relinkage in the future, if that was to happen again, is to add a new field in the schema to say, like, this is the perfume name slug that we're using as how's the thing, as an ID, like a deduplication ID thing, so that we ensure that this is some sort of a unique ID most of the times. Um, and therefore we could do that and add that to the timeline entries, but the perfume ID as like the numbers and the unique ID that is linked to it already is supposed to do that. So I don't know. It's confusing. I don't know. I think the other thing that is annoying me and the title of the stream is really on that for me is the fact that it is sync for Apple devices. If you just want uh, device sync with iCloud, it is the easiest thing. You just say, this is syncable, and that's it. And it just syncs, and it's good, and it saves the data is safe, and there is no issues with it. But because I started with some shit that is like handmade, I'm now paying the price. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. There is no issues there. Like I can only blame me, me from 6 months ago. Technically, me from 10 months ago. But yeah, it's just it's supposed to be so easy. Like you have things on device, you have things in database, and they just communicate and have a mirror thing, and it works. I tried at some point to create a database with Convex because it makes a lot of sense, but also the amount of requests on Convex is like too big, and they don't allow for the amount of records that I was planning on having. So I removed that option at some point, but yeah. Again, the API thing is, I think, easy because it only takes the reference perfumes, so the thing that is currently like on iCloud public database is what I would need to have as a hosted service. And the main reason why I want it to be hosted is this, because getting the binary files, like the images that goes in the perfumes, is very useful in order to ensure that users are not pinging, going back to what we had a discussion about on Wednesday, that my user agent is like not refetching from Perfumo and Fragrantica and so on, that if it's fetched one uh, through the OG metadata and so on, then it's just saved, and the next addition of that perfume on a user device is just like, oh, it exists in CloudKit, let me just fetch it, instead of just going to Fragrantica and Parfumo and then having a request there. So that's the thing. What do you say? Oh no. Oh no, as in it shouldn't be in the same table? Yeah, I know that. This is just how CloudKit works. They used to have a thing which for Can, it is the case. So basically, Can has something that we call zones, and in the private zones, you have zones that are created based on uh, the user content. So if I unlock a dictionary, this is going to be updated through like what I get access to, or what I have access to. So for me right here, I have all the dictionary that I have, and this is like a subtable, kinda, not really, but kinda, that give me access to content, and it would be easier for me to do that through zones on CloudKit. But apparently CloudKit has changed, and the latest version has zones as a legacy system, but not. It's not only iOS. Can is Android and iOS. It's Perfume. Perfume is iOS only. But if you did I say ACAN? I did. That's it. It's right there. It's bad, but it's right there. I'm not gonna lie to you right there, right now, because it wouldn't be beneficial for anyone. This thing has been updated on July 28th, but because Google asked me to change something, otherwise they would remove the app from the stores. It is not on par with what we have on iOS. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I feel like I've done a pretty good job as my first app to be similar to what I have achieved on iOS, but it is shit. I hate it. I need to spend, I don't know, a good week on the Android version just to fix everything that I've done. You know what? A good month, not a good week, a good month to fix the entire thing. Because goddamn, I'm so sad about it. I'm not proud of it, but yeah, there is like so much shit to fix. But it's there if you're interested in that. Yeah. Instead, you say uses Cloudflare CDN, ignores Cloudflare CDN by sending images of a non-cached. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that. So yeah, it. I mean, I could 100% get like a Cloudflare R2 um, buckets to hold, the images and the database and so on. Uh, but I don't know. It feels like a more complex thing. Then again, one of the main point of the apps that I've built so far, two of them. This one doesn't exist. Uh, they are local only most of the times, and databases. This is the only one that has a database where I needed something to sync across users. Whereas here, this is fixed data, so there is no need to sync content across users. So everything lives on the app. And this is basically the same ID, ensuring that if at some point you want to add a perfume to your collection and you have no internet connection, you can, and it still works. It just doesn't fetch images, but all of the information is in there and it still works on your phone. And if you add some content inside of that perfume entry, and then the internet connection comes back, then it's going to sync at that point, but not during the no connection. So yeah, if I add like an API and another database to fetch the content and so on, it would be the same. And therefore I don't know if I want to do that because it's already working, kinda, not really, but kinda. But yeah, I know. Got late. So yeah, other than that. Um, you see, that doesn't make as much sense as it should. Cloudflare gives you free Edge CDN with their DDoS service. Every image, every CSS file, but API JSON data is never cached, so you pay for the images in startup time of your app and bandwidth. Well, there is none. That's what I just said, basically. The app doesn't have. Oi! um, every images that are in there are saved on device. There is nothing that leaves the phones, basically. Everything is just like on device, on disk, saved there. If you delete the app, you delete the images as well. And I'm just using the processing of the image to save them to CloudKit. But they are there only if sometimes someone says, oh, I'm looking for that perfume, like the first one, for example, and I happen to have that specific image that is saved inside of CloudKit. Instead of going to the link where the image is, it's just going to fetch from CloudKit, which I could do that from Cloudflare as well, for sure. But that way it's secure within the Apple ecosystem, and I don't need to have like an external point to fetch an image. But and nothing is needed on launch to be fetched through like anything. There is basically no internet necessary for the images to load because they are on device by default, always. So the thing that you mentioned doesn't really apply to me. I mean, kind of does, but not really. So there is no like image needed on startup. There is no bandwidth on startup. The only bandwidth on startup is checking if CloudKit has new data. If yes, then CloudKit sends to the user. If no, then nothing happens. And if the user has new data to send to CloudKit, then it goes to CloudKit. That's it. And therefore, this is like handled by Apple, and I don't touch it, and I'm fine with it. That's the plan. So yeah, there is no internet connection necessary on boot of the app, and that's kind of the thing that I wanted to do here, here, and here. This one kind of failed. I need to reset the database on this one. Um, but yeah, it's just like fetch is only if new data exists. And lately, like for example, this one is absolutely broken. You can see that the image itself is kind of, well, not good. So in order for me to make this better for all users that have that perfume in their collection, I will be able to um, like edit the image on my end and then change the image from here and say like, let me update the image itself. And when I do that, this is getting saved locally on my device as this is the new image. And because I am an admin, it also goes to CloudKit to replace the existing image, this one. And then, um, yeah. So they are, most of them are expensive. The thing that you don't know is that these are them. That's them right there. I just have samples most of the times, so they don't cost much technically. I mean, with me being me and uh me going to that brand and that shop so often, these are free for me. So yeah, I test a ton of things, and instead of having like, the picture of the samples right there, because that would look like shit, I'm extracting the bottle image directly so that you can just say, oh yeah, cool. The thing that I was thinking about at some point was adding actual sample icon um, on top of to say, oh yeah, these are samples, and the only one that you have as a bottle, for example, is going to be a bottle. But I'm like, does that make sense? Does it make sense to just have these little icons on everything? Nah. But yeah, they look so expensive. This one is so goddamn. Some also going back to that, um, some of them, the image doesn't really look like the bottle because the website doesn't provide the bottle image per se. They provide the presentation of the bottle. So I end up with the box or the bottle in the box, and it's not what we wanted, but we got it. So not gonna complain about it. Um, but yeah, the shop that I go to, again, they see me every month, and I usually come with my wish list, and I say, "Oh, this is what I have for this month." They are giving every time I go there, or every time anyone goes there, you are allowed 10 samples, not for free. You need to pay for the samples, but it's like max 10 on any given day. So if I go there and I'm like, yeah, I have these tens in my wish list. Do you have any of these? And then they're like, we don't have that, and that. We have these three usually. And then they go down to fetch them. They come back up and they're like, well, we only have these two today. The other one is not in store. Um, and they're like, therefore it's a gift because we don't have the one that you wanted. And it's been a year and a half now that I'm doing this. And I've done some full hauls of like full brands of, they don't have a discovery kit, but I'm just creating my own discovery kit from that brand by going there and saying, "Well, we want to try this thing," and then I get the I get the whole section. I don't know. It works. I think the one that I've done that for was Comme des Garçons. I got like 3 or 4 in one day. But yeah, Denny, welcome on in. How are you? Have a good coffee. How's the day going? So yeah, the thing that is also interesting, no, to get is that you could and you should, if you go to a perfume store, you should say, I like it, but I don't know if it will. I don't know if I will like it for like a full day. And do you have like a sample? Do you have a tester so that I can make sure? Because I don't want to commit to like a $520 bottle or some shit like this. And in some shops, not all shops, but in some shops, they're like, uh, you need to buy like a full bottle for us to give you a sample so that basically you buy the full bottle, we'll give you a sample at the same time so you can try the sample, and if the perfume doesn't match you anymore, you can send back the bottle that you haven't used, and it's fine. And so most of the time I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work. I'm not like spending uh $500 for a sample. That's not gonna happen. Even if I get back the money after the fact, like it's not gonna happen. So I just move to another shop, and sometimes the other shop is like, oh yeah, we have samples of this, and that works. The other thing that I love to do when it's like expensive brands, so the the brand that we go to with my sister every time is the same. Um, which I never know how to fucking type their name, but Guerlain is a very expensive things. Genie, what for me? That is 100% capitalistic of the fact that most people buying it aren't going to take it back. Yeah, it is. But also a lot of people do still. Like specifically here, they do that. They have this issue of if I is it tobacco honey? No, it's not, but it's nonetheless. If I buy this, for example, I will have the sample in it and then I can send it back, but I need to spend $660. And so what we do with my sister is we go to that shop and we're like, oh, so first of all, in France, they don't speak English pretty well. So we speak English pretty well. So we start speaking English in the shop. And then we're like, oh, sorry, this is my signature scent. I just forgot the bottle at home. I'm on vacation for the week. Do you happen to have a sample? So that I can just have it. It's just like it skipped my mind. It's usually in the dresser, and it's just like it's not in my bag today. And we've done that many times, and they're like, "Yeah, we have samples if you want." And it just seems like, oh yeah, we are already part of the brand. We already have that perfume. We already own the bottle. It's just at home, and we are on vacation, and we don't have it, and they just give us a sample. You need to dress the part, though. you you need to be dressed to fit in that category and price range for these perfumes in order to do that and pull that off. But we've done that many times, and it's funny. It works. It works. The other time is like, uh, I was thinking about this one, but I'm not sure. Do you have a sample so I can make sure that it works for me for the week? And then I come back next week so that I can buy it in full size if it works. And then they give you a sample. You know, it's fine. I think my most expensive bottle right now is 270 bottle, but that's it. Not worth it. Ruru, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How have you been? How's everything? Um, the Apple Developer Program is paid, so as soon as you pay, Denny, you get it. However, you can be kicked out, and you still have paid. Yes. That happens. Um, but yeah, the genie that I do agree with you that like it is capitalistic, but yeah. Um, Sometimes it's like terms and conditions, sometimes it's other things like you did things that were not supposed to happen, which is not in terms and conditions. The most common thing is you use the private API endpoints within your app. So basically, you have pointed toward an Apple private thing. So you figured that something in liquid glass, for example, was more interesting, and the only options to get that was to go through the private API, and therefore you end up with your account being flagged for someone that is using private API instead of not. So yeah, um, that that happens at times, and it's not necessarily good. But and then they kind of ban you for that. But yeah, they've done that to some people. Like there has been a ton of people complaining lately. I don't think I'm so used to this. I don't think I saved any of that because it doesn't seem like a worthwhile discussion to have. But there is a guy that's been complaining about the fact that his latest app got denied on the App Store because, or not because, but like just he changed 3 lines of code and the app review was basically denied after 3 lines of code. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, the guy or the girl that is reviewing your app doesn't take the entirety of the things in consideration. The thing that I mention every time and that I showcase kinda, not really, but like kinda, um, is that I have a feeling that a lot of people that are sending app to review are not making it easy for the app reviewer. Also, this bitch is not loading apparently. Um, so for example, at the bottom of the distribution page, when you are submitting an app for review, which right now is kind of not loading, but if I change like the previews, if I change the description, I have to mention things in the what's new in this version, right? This is like a mandatory thing to explain to the user what I have changed, what is improving, what is not improving, and so on. In the post build, like app review and so on, I always add like a friendly-ish hide a review team. This is what's fixed in this version. We have and these new like features, for example, and that's about it. Like this one was just a small fix. I just said this is a bug fix. I just discovered that it was like some data loss, and we want to stop that, so it needs to be kind of fast. So this is just a fixed build and or fixed bug build, and it went through as you saw last week or last month. It went through in about 3 hours. Like I send it in the morning, and then before the stream or during the stream, they start to make it in review, and then they validate it while I'm still streaming. So I feel like if you make their life easier, they are kind of okay with it. And so far, I haven't had any apps. I just have two, but I haven't had any apps that had been validated or approved, and then I sent a new version, that new version got denied. This is not something that has happened to me yet. Um, every single app review that I have like sent got approved instantly, except the one that I have manually removed. But that's like I don't know. It's just it feels normal if you just again follow the rules and know how to read, which I know is complicated, but still. So so yeah. But on top of that, the thing that is also interesting and important for you, I guess, is in the past few months ish, Apple has been tightening the review process officially. I don't think they have really, but like officially on paper, that they have tightened some of the rules, and they have enforced some of the rules that they had before that they had loosely enforced in the past, but now they are making it a bit harder for people to just send apps. The reason is just the amount of vibe coding apps and content that they have to review. In the latest lawsuit that happens in India, is the thing that I read yesterday. Uh, they said that the Apple review team, in on average, is really reviewing the app for about 6 minutes. Like, they don't take hours to review your app. They take the time that they need in order to check like what they want to check or need to check. And if they can't figure it out, then it doesn't go through. So you need to make sure that everything that you want them to take a look at, which is the reason why I have like my tiny list of like, this is what's new in this version. There is this, this, and that. This is everything that has changed, and that's about it. So if they want to check it out, then they know exactly what to check. And that takes less than like 6 minutes most of the times. Like me, obviously it's my own app, so I know what to do in it. But when I do a test pass of like not using what Stony recommend, which is like automated tests to ensure that everything is working properly, and I do that manually, doing a screen recording and going through the entirety of the app with all the features and doing everything is taking me about 4 minutes in both of my apps, which are tiny apps and very simple. But most of the times, when I'm doing like an app review, when I'm downloading a new app and I'm recording from onboarding to closing the app, it's take me roughly between 4 to 7 minutes. So it seems to be accurate with what the Apple review team is doing, which means that I kind of have a bit of a process in mind of what they are probably doing. Of okay, I need to go into all of the pages. I need to do like all of the subsections. I need to go into all of the settings, and all of that makes sense. So yeah. Um, Most fun with, that's a good question. Getting paid? uh, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's fun to see something that you had in your head come to life and that you can use it. So going from an idea to a product has always been the most interesting thing for me in design. So in the past, on my own career, it's mostly been that of like, oh, we have an idea for a new feature in the app, and then I think about it, I do some research, I ask some questions to user, and then I put something in Figma or Sketch or whatever. I push that to the devs, and then the devs build it, and I can test it. That's kind of the fun part for me. And right now, I'm doing the entirety. So I have basically just added the dev part, and I don't do the dev part. Like AI is doing the dev part for me, so I don't really give a shit. Um, like it's not what changed my experience, but yeah, lately it's mostly creating something that I feel is useful, is exciting. So the latest tool, this, which is my like review platform for myself. That's interesting, mostly because welcome back. Mostly because there are things in there that are just like, this is really cool and this is good content that we can have like a chat about on stream. But also it's good content for me as a reference, and I can then just go back in and say, this is part of the research. So, for example, if we talk about the fact that every fucking designer and their mom right now are creating stamps, like there is not a single designer that I have seen not create a bit of a stamp thing at any point in their career. And right now it's just like every single one of them is just creating stamps version of something, me included, by the way. Um, that's pattern. That's a bit of a research thing, and I can use that as a point proven, and I have the data somewhere. So that's a useful thing. What building the app itself is more interesting than the research, like the tool itself, if that makes any sense. So uh, going into I could go on this one because this one makes sense. It's kind of the same thing. Uh, Kevin doing this for the comments on like a file. So you can think of this as like your Figma file, for example, when it has comments on it. What they have done is that instead of having the regular um, position being on the straight lines, they have added a curved line so it looks more organic and all natural, which I kind of disagree with. Nonetheless, building this is interesting. The concept and the idea of figuring out exactly like how you want this to work and how you want this to be presented and the animation to work, this is the fun part. Um, it goes into both jobs, as in the designer job is to define how things are looking, but then the dev's jobs or the AI jobs, and depending on who's building, is figuring out what the code needs to look like in order to achieve what you had designed visually. So that's an interesting thing. I think this is the most exciting part of design, figuring out like the implementation, the thing that Jay has been doing, which is same thing that we talked about with props on Wednesday with like their own website, which is similar, but interesting. The way that Jay has been doing it is a bit better than what the Tailwind component things is. So this is cool, but that's it. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like the creation is what is interesting and fun, but it was already the case in the sense that the creation visually or the creation in code or the creation on a napkin has always been the most important and interesting and fun part for me. So looking at it now with the capabilities of saying, oh, I have an idea, let me just put it in code. And that app, for example, is the result of that. It's just like I had an idea. I used one of the Zo computer things to figure out exactly what I could do with it. I did it. And then I was like, cool. Now what? And that's it. Like it's just it was done, and I used it because it's useful on stream, but it's like not using the app is not the most interesting thing. And then Zoe said, oh, we are shutting down the free tier, so everything that you've built is going to be accessible but not usable. And therefore I just said, okay, let me just grab everything and rebuild the app on my own. And now I have an app that runs on my computer, that can run on the browser, that could soon, maybe, run on my phone and my iPad, and I could do my reviews on my iPad before bed, for example. That could be a fun thing. But yeah, I don't know. Feels, by the way, this was kind of for you. This is a punch card design thing from Emil, and they have added things to their skills for the animations. But the punch card in the beginning is roughly like the thing that I had in mind for some of the sections on Hot Drink. Um, I feel like the design right here for going from one section to the other with a torn paper and some other data points in there could be really interesting for you in the website. So I saved that for that. But yeah, there's been like so much um, physical shit going on like that. Like is everyone is doing this? Just it's fun. But yeah. That's like right now, and I think I showcased that last time. Let me just go into pictures only instead of having all of that. The thing that I've done on Wednesday of if I start selecting something, the check boxes on all of the other posts in the view are propagating from the post in question is interesting to me. Like that's a fun micro interaction that is really micro that doesn't add anything to the experience itself, but it's just kind of fun to see that if you have like collapsing towards the checkbox or expanding from that checkbox, this is kind of fun. Specifically, if I put like more, it's just, you know, it's a useless animation, but you know, it's, I guess it's fun. That's what I'm saying. If you've been on Twitter for the past few days and weeks, I think, you will notice that the images on carousels lately, I don't know if, yeah, I don't think this is going to work here. Specifically on your phone, if you have someone that has just images and no, like this, for example, on your phone, the profile picture is retracting. It's getting smaller when you start scrolling, for example. That is the most useless animation, but it's fun. And it makes the experience of just swiping horizontally a bit more fun than right here. Like this is fine, but it could be more interesting. So I don't know. These teeny tiny micro interactions are interesting and I guess are the fun part in design and in design engineering, ensuring that you get through the small things, like shit like this that we talked about last time. GUI is a fun presentation of motion. Is it useful? Nah. Does it change your interface like a lot? And people are like, oh wow, that's so good. No. Is it fun to build? Yeah. Do you feel like you have something that stands out compared to the rest of the competition? Yeah. It adds nothing. Most people would never notice this. Like only again, the posts that we have on Twitter are for devs and designers. Like it's just uh one of them that I have shared in the past, which I'm guessing now that this bitch is not uh a grid anymore, this is gonna take a bit. But the it's been, I mean, this one could have worked, but still. The thing that I've noticed on Screen Studio, like right here, for example, the fact that the cursor itself, Mama, what call it? The how are you? The cursor is just it's just moving underneath the current placed cursor when you are just hovering through the timeline. It's just it just avoids it. This is a useless thing. No one would notice that. No one should notice this. This is useless. It, it I I'm a designer. I saw it. But that's it. Like a regular person that is using the tool would probably never see this. Or even if they did, would probably never think of it as a good thing or a bad thing. They would just think, oh, that is weird. All right, cool. But it's useless. So all of these micro interactions, like the thing that I just showcased with the propagation off, this doesn't help. This doesn't make the app better. It doesn't make your life better when you're using the app. It's just like it's there. So yeah, I mean, you land on the other side though today. So that's the target is exactly where you usually land. So that's weird because that's your spot. And I'm guess it's rigged. I'm guessing it's rigged based on trajectory. I know I'm not making it. Yeah, God dang. God dang. So yeah, Denny, I think that's the thing. Let me uh, let me run the web version instead, so that we have quick access. Make websites. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's rigged against the lenders, against the lenders. Uh, I guess that's what is fun right now. But in reality, the thing that I have the most fun with most of the times is just trying to figure out a solution. So the thing that we did on the last stream with props, business card thingy is what is fun. Like we saw that and I was like, this is okay, but that's it. It's just okay. So, you know, maybe going into something a bit more fun and adapted to what they are trying to achieve could be interesting. But yeah, I don't think it's freedom. I do agree with freedom is fun. I'm not gonna deny that. I think that I agree with that statement, but I don't think this is uh freedom is fun. I think it's scratching my brain is fun. And it can be on anything. Like when Stony comes in and says, I have an issue with like, I don't know, the encoding for the Blu-ray that needs to be displayed on the browser, for example, like the thing that he was working on yesterday's stream. Figuring out like the right solution to make this usable, easy to understand, simple enough for the users, but also good enough for the power users is the fun part. And I don't really give a shit that it's a product that I don't really have the freedom of saying this is shit or this is not shit. It's just like it's scratching my head and figuring out like the best solution for that specific use case, that specific issue is, at least for me, what is fun. So yeah. Um and Marmalade, I don't know, I think you might ask Stony about PHP. I feel like that might be a bit of a better thing. Um So yeah, just I think the thinking. I've been saying that for like interviews and um good job. I was saying if you talk about PHP, you might want to talk about PHP with Stony. Stony might be able to help. In job interviews and in other like startups that I've worked on in the past, I most of the times have said, I don't give a shit about the company. Just make me think. That's all I care about. Like you if you want to keep me in your company, if you think that my outputs and the thing that I'm doing are good and are a positive thing on the company as a whole, and you want to keep me in the company, the pay needs to be there, but it's not the most important thing. I just want to think. That's it. And a lot of the companies that I've worked at have had a bit of a hard time understanding that I'm not like money driven, and I just want to challenge myself because it's the most fun part for me. But the ones that have figured it out, I I've stayed longer there. And it just makes sense. It's just like, yeah, like for example, the agency jobs have worked for me a lot because it's making me think on a weekly basis. Like I have a new project coming in, it's a new challenge, it's a new thing. Or maybe sometimes like, oh, I have a new project coming in. It's the same thing as 3 months ago. We've done something extremely similar. Can we use that, change the colors, change the behaviors, add one feature, and then we're done. And therefore the thinking is not really there, but it's like it's a month, so I'm good. I know that the next month I would have something different. So yeah, most people are only money driven until their basic needs are met. After that, you need to provide an environment that lets them exist as a human. Yeah, kinda. I don't know if I agree entirely with that, Genie. I feel like yes, uh, but I've also seen people being paid like so much more than me and still looking for more money, and their basic needs were met, like very, very much met. No questions. So I don't know. I kind of agree, but not entirely. I guess that's the truth here. God dang. Um, but yeah, yeah. I I think uh I think there are options and there are things that you can do in order to make money, right? Uh, and if your if your goal is to make money, you will make money, but it needs to be everything. Like it's yeah, it needs to be your everything. You need to think about money on a daily basis. You need to dream about money and so on. It's the only thing in your life. And then you will just make some money because you don't really have a choice. It's the only thing that is in your head, so it works. But if you want to make money because you want to do something else, it's harder. Yes, at least that's what I've noticed. Um, can you explain Marmaladin and Stony potentially and Fields as well, since you are all three here? That Fields is about to go take a shower. Uh, what is so complex about PHP hosting that it is so expensive? And and is it just like the amount of compute required in order to process the data and do the computation, the calculations to do the work that just is more expensive than just hosting regular hosting? Or could you just get a regular VPS and run whatever the fuck you want in there? I don't know. Again, not a dev, so I don't know what I'm talking about, as always. But yeah, I don't know. Also, Sonny, I need to do some changes slash presentation of this. I don't know exactly Um, how? So, some of the thing that I wanted to have is based on the images that you shared here, for example, or maybe this one. I don't know which one I wanted to use. Um, Basically, see if we could place it in situation. Grizz, welcome on it. How are you? How have you been? I've been saving shit for you, and you haven't been here. um, there's been a lot of things since. I mean, obviously, you're not like the creator of this, but since we've been talking about it, this one is the latest one that I've seen. I was like, oh, that's really much the Grizz thing. And the view is really similar to what you have done. So that was kind of fun. Um, there's nothing complicated about PHP web hosting. It's the most basic form of hosting there is. The expensive part is that PHP runs stuff server side. So yes, you are more likely to use more compute. I see. Community recovery of the PS. I can deploy shit in 10 seconds using the CLI also, but I want to have a dashboard. And a good dashboard costs like 20 to 40 bucks a month if I want to get deployment and so on. That's interesting. So this one is pretty fun. There is another one that I saved that was similar in the sense that they have like a minimalistic website, and they've done some additional thing that I thought would be kind of similar to you. They've been doing these teeny tiny project containers, which I think looks interesting, but also it's just like the website is minimal. And then you haven't been here in so long that it's been a lot of time. It has been a lot of time. I don't think I'm gonna find this thing. Which, by the way, this is a new app thing. It's similar to the one that I was using before, but now it's brand new and it's on my computer instead of not being on my computer, which is much better. Also feels this was another thing similar to what I had. It might not necessarily the blank light thing, but just the physical part for the landing page could be fun. Just you know, eh. Just a fun addition. Where is this bitch? I am not gonna find them. Yeah, this one was similar to what I've done. Kind of. I don't know if you were here, Grizz, in this there. Have you seen this? Is this a thing that you've seen in the past? Which apparently is not loading at that instant. This is my whole computer is just like struggling right now. So goddamn, I see the loading bar there. One of the things that I've added, which I think you could potentially do as well, is this teeny tiny thing, like very fun. Who I've worked with situation with a bit of a random placement for all of the logos. I like that. I've done the same thing here, so that you have the two companies in question that just spit out the logos. The main reason for this, by the way, is Japan me wanting to work with Japan and Japan being like, oh, big name, good, hired. So now we have the big names in the hero section, even though it's just like I was in an agency and I worked in with them for the agency. It's just like, all right. Um, but yeah, it's just fun. This one is just fun. These ones are very simple. I think you thought about doing something similar at some point and then you kind of killed it. I have a memory of one of you, probably you, Riz, in your previous website. Not this one, the the black and green one. Um, I have a faint memory of you having like a stack thing similar to this, and then yeah, adding some other experiments. I did, yeah. I did. I did. Formula One, Bugatti, and Airbus. Well, like the big one. But this is mechanical engineering, which is not the same as design. But it looks the same on a designer portfolio. So, big names. Big names. Same thing, like Joe, for example, is this one is a bit of a cheat. Um, the this is the biggest nepotism thing that could have happened to me, which is not like me being a nepo baby or anything, but like the agency that I was working at the time, the co-founder, one of them was the son of the Dior CEO. And he was just there because he wanted to have a regular job, feel like a regular human. Didn't come to work most days. Yeah, just there when there was like a big ticket clients and so on. But therefore, we had to work with like some of the biggest brands and luxury brands in France because it's the son of the boss, and therefore he just brings in clients. So I have like big names in luxury and so on because, well, he was in the company. And then here it's just Bugatti and F1 specifically um, was we were doing. I used to have them, and I think I throw them away. But we were designing um, some of the fuel injector screws uh, like this for Bugatti specifically, and so basically in there is it's basically this one. It's not exactly this one. It was obviously different, but it is a very small part that just has a hole in the center with a specific shape in the hole to inject the fuel and or the liquid in a very specific pattern. And that was kind of fun to design and play with and figure out exactly what would work. But yeah, that was the Bugatti project. The F1 was similar. It was another type of screw, but not injection. And then Thales, which is this, was the uh, damn, not the Raptors. It's the pedal that goes to the armed aircraft. I forgot the names. Um, um, oh, I could just say foot pedal. Not, yeah, kind of like these, but not necessarily. I don't think I'm gonna find them. Um, but they are like a big ass aluminum um, foot pedal for these types of planes. That was fun to have. Kind of annoying because Talus is annoying, but like that's another discussion. So yeah, that I think is these things specifically you would like this. uh, then the rest is just similar to what you have on your side with the experiments and the thing that you've worked on, which I think is really good. Um, Playing with the experiments and figuring out exactly how I wanted to have things. Like, for example, in ban, this came in at some point and I was thinking about implementing it, but then it didn't really make sense. So now we just have a test right there, which we can play with and user can play with. Just, you know, it's just there for the fun of it. But like right now, my connection is just bad. It's just so bad. So yeah. There is another one that I know I saved, but it's been, I think, a month, if not more. And mm, yeah, I'm not gonna find it. Though this one is pretty useful though. Gonna say it. Uh, this is something that I discovered I didn't know it existed, but Walls of Portfolio is a website that basically reference portfolios only, obviously, as the name implies. And they have some portfolios that have some personalities and something that are pretty fun and pretty interesting to play with. So this one specifically, I saved it for one reason. Is just like these are just pills in text, and I don't like that. But also they have worked with Microsoft and Amazon, and the work in the presentation is good work, but visually shit because it's UX work. So it is a reminder that if you're not good in visual design, it doesn't really matter. If you are good in UX and you have the ability to think about the project and the product, then you could find a job at Amazon and other big companies. And that's a thing that is it's a nice reminder. It's a nice reminder. Um, Anyways, Denny, you said something, and then can you give me product design tips? You said I can share links in DMs. Which DMs? Where DMs? Is this stream friendly? Not stream friendly? I guess not. You have a code? There is a code? So saying I'm exploring badge design and on-site printing flows for event management platforms. The core idea is that the badges are generated from attendee records rather than designed manually. Organizer choose a print safe template, assign colors by attendee types, select what information the peer configures the bag, and control check in printing. Whether the workflow feels clear, practical, and appropriately scoped for everyone. This is not my glasses giving me the yellow one. That's that's the design in question. Also, my glasses are disgusting. I've been trying. This is an unrelated related thing. I've been trying a new beard oil, and it is too oily. So yeah, it's a beard oil. It makes sense. It makes sense. It can't be. It's yellow beige in the top, like you have that brown color here, and therefore we end up with like a brownish here, which I don't think like this is fine. Uh, but I would. God damn. I would. I'd do that. I I'd make the entire website react to the colors that the user is choosing. So right there, changing the colors. Nonetheless, let me let me not do that. And focus on the content. So you said batch format. So you have print window, top band, big type. That's pretty cool. You have the batch types right there. That's interesting-ish. Something's broken there, but that's okay. Yeah. Um, I I like this. The badge size is a bit of a different thing. I don't know. Um, but it's fine, you know? Um, I mean, you could change the preview specifically going from regular to like portrait to landscape. Obviously, it's a different things, but I think I would place that above of and also I would say like what's your format, which is already the case. And if you have like additional version, you could just say uh you get yourself an icon that looks like this, like the frame rotation thing, and it's just either it's going to be portrait or it's going to be landscape. And that's one of the icons that you have at the top right, like somewhere around here, for example, and it changes there. I think that's a pretty good option. Um, but yeah, I would say you select the format as it's either portrait or landscape, and it's one of the three options that you have, which is fine. These three are cool. I like the preview here. I feel like this works. I don't know if this makes sense. Um, Mainly because of I would expect like oh, I wouldn't expect this to be here because you already have it there. Like that's the thing. Um, it, it I would basically get this section only for preview, and I would just work on that. So in my eyes, I would probably do something along the line of um, you probably have right there. You have a margin. Interesting. Um, I'm not gonna figure it out. You basically have your orange section right now on the right side, which is this way for you. On the right side, I would not have anything. I would probably put the preview kind of stuck on the far right, and then this like centered into the remaining section so that it's just like, okay, I have my preview on the right and it also goes from far right to the bottom. So it's just like preview, whatever. And it's a fixed panel type of situation. And then this is the form that you need to fill in order to get the entirety of the content and define how you want the things to look. So yeah, nonetheless, badge format, attendees, badge content is interesting. I feel like this makes sense and it works really well. So there is not a lot of things that I'm like, can we make this better? The badge back, nah. I feel like it's something that makes sense, but it's also specifically this one. This one feels cramped because of the last one being so close to the bottom. So this is just like a design thing. Um, Blank badges on the back is rare. I would probably like not recommend having that anytime. Um, but maybe it's like it's cheaper and therefore the people are taking that. Um, and then lastly, you have your printing from who's printing and so on. I feel like this is fine. The only thing that I don't understand right there is that is this going to be printed when I say save, or is this something that's going to happen somewhere else? So that probably is the only thing that I'm like, I don't know. Other than that, the flow is good. The steps kind of make sense in their order. The simplification of the preview seems to be the thing that you need to do. You have enough width right now to make it like horizontal and vertical. You don't necessarily care about the size of like 4x6, 4x3, 3x4. 3, 4, and 4, 3 are the same elements. It's just like portrait or landscape. Therefore, I would say you need also a 4, 6, and 6, 4 in portrait and landscape so that you can have one thing with size and one thing with orientation at the top of the badge format. Like it's just, is it 4, 6 or is it 3, 4 or 4, 3? And then I guess 3, 4. It's either 3, 4s or 4, 6. And it's just like you switch the thing from landscape to portrait and portrait to landscape, and then you're done. So it's way easier, not a drop down, just a selection that changes this. Other than that, this is fine. This might not be visible enough. So I don't know if that makes sense. And so to go back to what you have asked here, as a V1, this is pretty good. Would this sell? I don't know. Yeah. Based on the events that I've been in and the people that have the uh, the people that have the badge, usually when we have an event plan and we need to define uh, like the badges for the event itself is providing the badge. So it's not something that I'm like, as a company, planning on taking care of. The only thing that I will send to the event planner is here are the list of attendees, and then the event planner is going to take or do the thing for the company. The reason and the concern here is the fact that event planner already have um, some sort of an existing contract, some sort of an existing relationship with software and printers and things that would basically they would not like go for someone new. So if this is for planned, the Canadian company, and it's just like an in-house thing that you are providing so that the people that are uh, planning an event can request badges and you are going through your existing printer, then that's fine. But it's just like regular planning companies and regular event planner already have relationships that they will probably never like or attempt to not lose because they are good relationships, and therefore it's just like it's harder for them to convert into new tools because oh yeah, does it plug with my printer? Not really. Okay, I can't do that. So that's the thing. Other than that, UI wise, you have some issues in alignment, in visibility, and in corner radius. You thought I would not you thought I would not say something about this? What the fuck is that? Um, my God. The the thing that I have a bit of an issue with is, and I need an answer for you from you on that. Who is going to use that most of the times? Is it internal to the company, or is it um like customers getting in? Planners making the events. Okay, so make things a tad bigger. So right now you have like your drop downs that are probably 32. I would make that 40 to 48, like bigger buttons, bigger elements, bigger things. Like you have these three things that are bigger to emphasize on what the user can do. If you make these bigger as well, that would make a lot more sense. Same thing here. Um, Same thing there, even though this one I would remove it because first of all, it's misaligned, but also you have it here. So yeah. Again, if you just want to bring that to Figma, use the Figma plugin because uh, like you would be, goddamn, you would be able to get like all that. The thing is, this is the preview for design, the SSN, and the content is not passed because the content is served. That's interesting. Can't select day. Wow. Hmm. Well, officially it works, but like right now, it says it did, but it didn't. Or at least if it did, it doesn't contain everything that we need. That's wild. Wildly interesting. This is just the Figma plugin. They have, let me send you that. Uh, uh, I know they have a fucking there. It's really useful. Um, it's it. I really like it. It doesn't work for everything, as you just saw, but yeah, maybe it's also because this is like a password protected thing, and therefore it's a capture, so I can't really capture the content. I can only capture that. You also have here a preview for tablet and phone. I don't know if you want me to take a look at that. Um, but nah, cool. I think the tablet is not necessarily a bad idea. Um, I don't I don't see phone as a potential thing. But yeah, no, that alone I think is pretty good. Most of the things are gonna make sense. Most of the layout makes sense. Eh, yeah. Um, I think overall it's really good. I I guess the only thing that I said of potentially putting this as a full right and and then center aligning the form is a thing that could happen. Um, however, it does feel like a very handy tool. I agree with that. Um, mm. Something in my head. 1 second. There's something needs processing, and I'm unsure. I think as soon as you change the sizes of the buttons and the size of the inputs, most of my concern would be just would go away. So I don't think it's necessary for to mention whatever I have in my head right now. Um, the only thing that I see on top of the fact that the top section um, being brown-ish is very cloud based, but I think this bar at the top is the DSSN.ai container, and that what you have is just that. So that's unrelated. It shouldn't. I mean, I shouldn't take that into consideration. Um, what I mean by that is that if you change the sizes of things, so this is your current content things right there. It's 32. I was right. Uh, if you just make it, um, it probably have a padding, like you have your height, which is right there. If I remove the height, it's getting bigger already. If I do, let's say 48 pixel, instead, like a lot bigger elements to click on, that feels like a better option. You have your padding right, which is at times 2. If I do times 4 instead to center it, you probably have a padding left as well on another point. Um, and you have a 2.5, so that's like going to be at times 5, so it's center line and shit. And then you will probably have a corner radius somewhere. I should search instead. Border radius large. And if I do the border radius here at 1 rem instead, that could work. The other one that I just changed with low. Dang. They're just more rounded overall would make it a bit more fun, a bit more interesting. And yes, I did 48. I did big. Um, but by making the elements more visible and more actionable from a user point of view, it will be easier for them to figure out exactly what needs to happen. So the the main point that I have, and I don't know if that's the case if I do this. Should I just refresh? Do I still need to give the password? Yes, I do. Got it. These platforms. um, like right now, it looks like some sort of a vibe coded wireframes plus plus. So it's better than a vibe coded thing because it has like some design definitions that are pretty good, but it is still some sort of a template based system. And so the content feels ah ah like I don't know. It feels like it's missing some pizzazz, some things, some sparkles, and whatever, some bit of design decisions being made. So yeah, um, I just saw something and I'm like, this makes no sense. So you have the Pantone displayed, and in all of my years, the only time that I've had a client give me a Pantone color and say, this is our color, is when I was working in print. And I know that this is for print, but never, never have I received in the digital world someone say, that's our Pantone code. Like, yeah, I don't think I've seen that. But if you have as planned, the company, if you have access to Pantone and you have a relationship with the printers already and they have the Pantones, that they like, it adds a level of luxury, it has a level of premium that most people in the regular world will see and say, oh, they work with Pantone. Cool. I don't know mine, but if you change the value and it changes the Pantones to the closest potential, then you know maybe that could be something that the user would see and say, oh wow, they are that premium. I didn't think about that. So it could work. it could be a positive things. Right now, I don't think it's useful. Um, but still, why not? Why not? The thing that obviously I see here, and I'm like, why not? Is is this? You could 100% take this as a, you know, as a thing, but also, uh, you know, it's useless. But people that, take a look at shit would be like, oh, dang, that's cute as fuck. Would never happen. You would probably never have the background thing with the highlight and so on. Well, why not? So this is the Hero UI for the current license holder, which I think is a very fun thing that they have put in place. And most of the people that are creating like these cards are getting the most boring off backgrounds with the icons. Some of them, like a very, very minimum amount, are changing this with the pattern design. Gas Space, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I mean, the morning going. um, but yeah, that's such a weird sentence, Stony. I nonetheless. So that could be interesting. Not necessarily the carousel thing, but just the 3D transform effect. It could be something that you add just for the sake of it and having some fun in there. I feel like this is fine. Um, Other than that, I don't know. Stoney, you might make it. Yeah. Damn. Congrats. I might make it as well. Yep. Damn. Not close enough. Not close enough. So yeah, no, other than these teeny tiny changes, I I guess my last potential change on this whole thing is to have some sort of a better footer here. Like your 5 on-site printing, you decide the thing that you want to do, and then your print test badges or save changes should probably be here because I'm already editing shit around there. So I know it's not much, but like mouse travel distance between the last thing that you clicked on, if you clicked on something here, to go back to the top to save is a lot. So adding a footer with these 2 badges buttons in there could help. It's repetitive. I would keep the one in the top just for centralizing homogeneity and also like having something that is anchoring the top of the website. But I would still repeat them at the bottom here as a I've gone through the entirety of the form and then I click on the thing and it's just yeah, that makes sense. So I do that. Cutie, you might make it. No, you're not making it. My bad. um so yeah, that's a potential change just for ease of use. Again, as I've been showcasing with Stony and with other things, I I'm very much more on a more rounded situation right now. Like everything that I'm kind of building is not here anymore, and you're currently here. And I go probably somewhere around there, um, like 34 to 32 in my corner radius. So it's just like a lot more rounded than usual in the past few months, kind of past few week in general. But yeah. Oh my God. It doesn't save the fact that I have entered the password. Uh, God damn. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Um, I like this with the view, but not the padding on the right. Um, this is good. This is good as well. Both of these are really good. Presentation makes sense. Um, like that's that's great. Um, yeah, okay. So the that section debatable. I feel like this is too big for what it is. Um, but it's a bit better. These are good. This is too noisy. So here you have a repetition of the color and the input, and you also have something that just obviously came into my brain when I saw this one, which is what if I have like a sixth badge type? Like, what if I need like another type of people? Because we have the VIP, the speakers, the staff, but we also have the catering. We also have like the crew. We also have crew that is not staff but is part of the crew. You have guests. We have, um, you know, like event people. If at some point you say, oh, you have the need for another type of guest, and you add an option, and then I end up with like seven, this is going to be the most crowded thing compared to what you had a second ago, which is the badge at the top. So I would go back to the badge at the top also because it reduced the form brain um brain, the word, not mental model, mental load. There is a lot of mental load when I'm looking at this because I don't necessarily understand what's happening. Brain, no braining at all. It's been no braining today. So, like right here, for example, I can't switch. Like I'm currently on VIP and it's there, but in your previous version, I could just click on the tags and it would change the badge directly and then give me the color. I feel like this was much better. I think the the badge themselves that you had were too small, but if you make them closer to what you currently have, or if you give them like a 100 is a bit more, a bit bigger than what I expected. If you give them something like this, for example, I'm just gonna do that very, very badly. Um, Right. Bad, but still, like you have the color, you have the name, kind of makes sense. It's easier. The one that you currently have, where you've done that, like so, basically, of having the color itself being like a bit of a round thing, that works as well. Like this is not necessarily a bad thing, but doesn't really matter to me. The main point is that your previous version was better in terms of accessibility and usage because you could easily click on one of them and that card would change. There is the interactivity going on, and I don't need to figure out that this is how I change things because right now the changing type and changing colors are in the opposite like corners of the site. I'm either here or there to change something. So if I don't know, I'm looking at VIPs and I'm like, but I'm not selecting purple right now. Like I'm selecting another color, so I don't understand why it doesn't change. That's the brain thing. Because even if I go there and I change something to very bright, like it still doesn't change. So yeah, go back to the the previous version for this. That would make more sense. And then the top, I feel like this needs to be way smaller. Um, like again, going back to what I was doing here, if you take your icon sizes and let's say we make this 32 in height, right? Why not? And we give it a teeny tiny amount of corner radius, not too much. A stroke. Let's put that background in white. And then I'm gonna get that, right? And potentially you could do this, even though I don't like it, but you know, why not? And just getting this as a segment control, like that's basically the goal. So you want to right. Selected one is this one, some shit like this. I don't know. And on the side, you get basically this that just says this is going to be a 4. With that font, yes. Like you just have a 4x6, and then if I switch these two, there's just a 6x4. Ah, you know, right? Like basically that type of behavior, nothing else. So it's easier. You have enough space next to badge, or you had enough space next to badge to just display that as a top corner thing. And the only drop down that I would do is here. It's either 4x6 or 4x3 or 3x4 to go through. So if you have like these two sizes, then that makes sense. As a business, I wouldn't provide the ability to do either 4 by 6 or 3 by 4. I would just say these are the badges that we provide, and they are 4 by 6 or 6 by 4. Like that's it. It just one size, and it can be printed vertically or horizontally, and that's it. And fuck off. Like, you don't really have a choice. We, as the business, make the rules. We provide things for free slash included inside of your plan. Therefore, these are the things that we're providing, and they are pretty good quality. And I don't want me as a business to get to manage multiple sizes, ensure that the print is going to do the proper size that I've asked for, checking all of the badges every time, that every client may have a different thing. Like it's a mess of managing, so I would highly recommend you to just like get one size, and that thing is pretty cool. Um, so I'm fine with that, to be honest. This needs to go back to what you had earlier. This is good. This is good. The only thing that I don't like here is as soon as I click, it flips the card, but then I don't know how to go back to the front view. Not that I care, because officially I'm supposed to have, been here, looked at the front, defined the front, and then said, okay, cool, I like this better. Um, I changed the colors, and I like that, and we good with the colors. And then I'm there, and I just want to check the back. Okay, this looks better than the rest, and then I move on. I I like this, but quality of life improvement. If I click on the badge itself, I would like to flip it. If I click on it, but other than that, yeah. The other thing that you could do, again, not V1, like this is a V2, um, section-based flip. So if the badge back reach like 50% or reach a specific height, then we automatically flipped the card. And if it goes back up, like if it passed that 50% or that 75%, 25 from the bottom, then we bring back the front. That is a very easy thing to do. It's just like an effector there, and then you get the rotation. We have that here in the icon section. If I go to bookmarks, for example, you can see that building are now selected because building has passed the 50%. And instead of keeping bookmarks where it's supposed to be, it's supposed to load like right here, and it goes past. Then we end up in buildings. And that thing is just, selecting properly. So that is something that you can easily do I reached the back, and therefore the back has passed the 25%. We flip it automatically, so that it's an interactive experience. But yeah, no, other than that, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. The footer at the bottom makes a lot of sense. That padding is just me. So yeah, Tonton, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? Officially, it is Friday. I forgot about that. I don't think you're gonna land. Yeah. You decided to go to the uh, farthest away from the target, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I see. I see. Danny, to answer your question from earlier, Sleek is the first design skill that I made for AI agents and shit. So if you are interested in building better design landing page and other things, using Sleek is useful. It's a very simple thing. A very simple thing. It's not fully done yet, but it works. I have some issues with the what I currently have in principles in UX state. They are good, but they are not like the best options. But in there, you have rules for concentric on radius so that your agents understand like we have a very specific amount of formulas that you can use if like one of the three of the padding, the parent or the child have a hard-coded set of values, then it will just use the correct one. So yeah, that's a pretty useful thing. It kind of makes sense. There is a lot of content in there that helps. Um, yeah, if you're interested in that, this is potentially useful. But nonetheless, this is pretty good. I feel like most of the content is making sense. The behaviors, the flow is in order. And yeah, and Tonton, yes. DeepSeek is really impressive, specifically the latest versions. Specifically the latest version. Mm. Have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. I see so much shit. It happens. Sometimes, sometimes it's just the parents, right? Someone in your family is smoking, someone in your circle is smoking, and yeah, it just happens, you know. Toton, I would love for you to test something if you can. I would love for you to test Sleek on DeepSeek if you want to make like a new branch and just pass the latest link that I just shared on it and see how it outputs because it might be interesting. Um, Based on what is in there and what I just looked at, you have some changes that would absolutely happen almost instantly. So this is the eyebrows. There is eyebrows on everything, and they don't really help or make any sense. But you have them like in ways that are not useful. Um, you have some animations that are like kind of jarring because they are instant instead of having like a bit of a subtle transition, which is not necessarily something that I have inside of my motion skill right there. Um, but overall, I feel like the UI is pretty good. It's very vibe coded, which is fine. Um, the thing that I don't like, me personally, is some of the UI that you have, which I zoomed in the exact same spot last time. Um, like that is a weird concentric thing, so Sleek would fix that. But also, I see this. and your icons are not, they are aligned with the text, but they are not aligned with the container. Um, so I it's it's weird because the dot is, but the font probably is, but isn't because of the trims, and the cross close is aligned with the font, which looks aligned with the dot, but it's not. So I'm confused. Um, Other than that, yeah, I think the highlight at the top is a bit strong compared to other places. And from earlier, the thing that I tried to do of selecting text, you have done something that is not necessarily accessible. So I don't know if I would trust this. Like I can select this text, and right now it is selected, but you can't tell that it is selected. Here I kind of have a bit of a highlight thing, so maybe, but this is kind of bad for accessibility in some type of users. So I might recommend to not do that. Um, but other than that, yeah, simple thing. I don't like the font though. It looks very much like the usual instrument serif shit. Yep. Yep. Uh, did they remove it or did they just not have it enabled? Because the word vibe coders was automoted. That's crazy. Um, yeah, I do agree with it. I do agree with the fact that Instrument was a good font, still is a good font, but it is now associated with something that we might not want to be associated with because the common brain patterns from users is going to be, oh yeah, that's AI generated, therefore I don't care. Um, or therefore the person that has created the thing didn't care when creating it. Like that's basically what it signals in some users. So yeah. However, the landing page is clean, simple, to the point, and with no fluff. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I don't like that though. I don't like that HM1 is and features are blocks in the same page, but about is another page. Um, yep, they removed it. They have it here in the not free tier. I think this is because of the new pricing. Um, the fact that DeepSeek changed the pricing last week and have announced like a bit of a different thing. I'm guessing this is the reason why it's now in here. It's probably also because it's one of the best models that they had for free, and therefore now they can't really afford it. Big Pickle is not that bad, weirdly enough. Um, I do like Nemo. I know that Muse is pretty good based on some of the thing that we have seen in the past, but yeah, I have not used the right phone. I also wish we could just plug in with Codex and Cloud Code CLI directly. That would be so much easier. Just use the open code on this. But yeah, I guess we won't be using that. Um, but yeah, that makes sense for your highlights. That's a good highlight. That's nice. I think you probably have the exact same thing. It's still black on the other one, but because your background is black, then you can't really showcase it. So you need to invert it in some specific sections. Um, but even then, I can't see on top. So yeah. Anyways, um, but yeah, no. Overall, taking a look at it, that's clean. That's clean enough. Give me a second. I need some sugar. No. To be honest, so far I don't think I have found uh, uh, a harness that makes any sense. Stony, regarding this today, I don't know if I'm going to take it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to take my meds today. I'm debating because of this morning incident, which was associated with a blood pressure drop, I think, or uh, blood pressure slash tension. That's what the emergency guy on the phone told me was probably the case based on the symptoms. That medication is meant to drop my blood pressure and my tension, so I'm probably gonna pass today and take it tomorrow. It's not that it will change anything, to be honest, but yeah, just to be safe. If I already have a bit of a low tension, low blood pressure on the day, taking a medicine that is meant to lower it more, not a good option. Yeah, I was in the gym this morning. I started my workout and then I did 2 sets of pec decks. And on the second one, I was like, something's not right. And I was about to do the third one, and I was like, you know what? Let me just go up to like take a breather. So I went to the locker. I took my bag, my jacket, and I was like, okay, I need to lay down. That's not like there is no option. So I just lay down, and I started to have cold sweat, um, and some faint tinglings in my head, in my hands and legs, and then I was just kind of having a moment. So I asked like the two new people that were like getting to the lockers. I looked at them and I was like, "Can you call me an ambulance? That would be appreciated." And I went back flat on the floor, and they were like, "Are you okay?" Yes, yes, I'm fine. But yeah, so he called an ambulance and the rescue slash things, and then they said, Well, based on your symptoms, everything seems to be okay. It's probably just a tension drop that happens. Just go eat something, have some water. If it doesn't pass in the next 15 to 20 minutes, call me back, and then we'll send like an ambulance to the gym. But it should pass. But yeah, it was kind of weird because it took like both of my hands and both of my legs um, in tinglings in the like obviously I'm analyzing it post event as a the heart is not strong enough right now to pump in every portion of your body, so we need to localize into specific like endpoints, meaning your heads and your heart needs to have like some blood flowing, but the hands and the feet don't really matter. So that's why like both of my legs and both of my hands are like tingling for lack of blood. But yeah, it's eh. So with the medicine that is supposed to do the exact same thing, I'm saying maybe not today. Maybe I'm gonna wait for tomorrow, and I'm gonna ask my doctor by text what she thinks of it. You know, the good thing though, as mentioned prior, is that um, this is a fourth of the maximum dose that the doctors said I should probably take. So when I went to the doctor, I was at a tension that was way too high for what I was supposed to be at. And she said, if it goes down, but it doesn't go under 13, then take two a day instead of just one. And basically, after a week of taking the meds at one pill, it was already at like 10 in the morning, which is like kind of low. And now I'm taking half of one. So not taking one today, fine. Fine. Absolutely fine. And I already have the ring for art and things, which is fun. But yeah, so that's why. Drugs, maybe not. Maybe not today. The fun thing is the guy, like the firefighters, the ones that we call here, the pompiers are the one that we call for ambulance and other emergencies other than the ambulance. So um he recommended like a basically just go get a monster uh or an energy drink because that would pump you up. I was like, maybe not. maybe maybe not. Maybe that's the reason why I have the hypertension, and therefore I'm probably not gonna do that. But yeah. Um Yeah, when the thing happened and I was like laying down, I had the left side of my brain that had a bit of a headache portion. So I kind of know. Like that's also one of the things that is fun for me, as in the sense that like because I'm analyzing every symptoms that I do have, I'm also kind of making hypothesis on what is happening and why my body is reacting in certain ways. So yeah. Eh. Anyways. So yeah. Probably no match today. I was debating earlier and I'm like, yeah, maybe that makes sense. Um Also I don't know if cat is lurking. I doubt it. But we will. But yeah, that's the thing. We'll see. Um the caffeine withdrawal thing, by the way, is worse on day 3 or worse on day 2, but on day 3 it basically is not there. So I'm I'm pretty happy with how fast it disappears. So if you don't go back to it, you should be fine. If you get 3 days and then on the fourth day you're good. Um, really? Damn. For me, it depends on the type of caffeine. Um, but I'm like energy drink caffeine, not coffee caffeine. So yeah, for me, day two or day three is like the worst, and then after that, it's fine. I also have to go get some blood drawn and some blood tests done, and I don't want to do that if I faint on the fucking chair again. That's not a good option. Um, I see. Yes, that's yep. Yeah, I mean, I have to get like blood tests done every 3 months now. It was every 2 months before, and I told my doctor, I said, it's fine every time. Can we just span them out a bit longer, please? And she was like, yeah, we can do that. So now I just have two until the next appointment, which is good. But goddamn. It happens. Yeah. I don't really. You know what? I'm gonna nuance my answer just a smidge. Um, I don't really mind depending on the person that is doing it. So there is something that I have talked about with my sister specifically, but also here in 2024. Um, Basically, when I was living in Japan and I had to stay in the hospital for like 3 weeks, they did blood test almost every day. Not every day, but like almost every day. And they took from the exact same point every single day the exact same amount and did their tests and then came back with the results. Like 3 weeks of that, and I didn't bruise or have a trace of something happening. Um, and then I come back to France and I get one blood test done and I bruised like crazy and I had like a yellow patch for 7 days and the thing hurts. And it's really wild to see the difference of techniques and care, I guess, um, from like the two sides of the globe. Where like in Japan, I had no fucking issues. Like I don't care. I almost enjoy going to the hospital in Japan and getting like my blood drawn and having a bit of a chat in Japanese. Um, and you know, like that uh, that's fine. But then in France, it's just like I don't know what they do, but they don't aim the things correctly or whatever. I don't know. But yeah. Depending on the person that is going to take my blood as well, it's a I know exactly what's going to happen. If it's the guy, it's going to be fine. If it's there is one of the girl that is kind of butchering my arm every time. There is another one that is very nice and does the work pretty well. So yeah, we'll see who I get this time. But yeah, I don't know. uh, yeah, I have. I don't think you'd be able to see that. I have a beauty mark just next to my vein, and it's also pretty dark, so it's really visible where you need to go with um with the needle. So I usually don't have any issue. Also, it's if I do something about it, it's going to be visible. So yeah. Um, there is these new things. You probably have seen that. There is the new camera laser thing that is highlighting the veins, like the green laser things. I forgot the name. That could be useful. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I touched it and now it's visible. You can see exactly where it is. So yeah. That's the thing. On the other side, it's bigger. My vein on this side is bigger than the other, but they don't want to take from the right side most of the times. But yeah. Yeah. It's not something that is common here. Like I haven't seen one um in person. I only have seen one in videos. So yeah. Have a good time at work, Phils. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. And yeah. Also, congrats on the blog thingy that you shared with me. It's interesting. It looks okay. It looks okay. Well, see you soon. Take care of yourself. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Uh, is that what my brain is telling me? Maybe. There was um this. There was this post from earlier. That person was saying, "How is AI still so bad at design?" And then that guy said, "Skill issue." Right? Regular answer, it makes sense. And then I I opened the image and it's really bad. And I know why it's bad, but it's just like you're still missing one thing, and it's the exact same thing as usual. It's just like they have decided to use the squiggles for their corners, which makes your UI look really bad when you are putting it 100%, which is exactly what they've done. They also have no concentric corners, so that's really not good. The alignment for like icons and icons is not equal on both sides. They basically have aligned the icon with the text, which is not exactly where it needs to be based on the space that we have around it. They have decided to say that this is a tab bar, but because they forgot that this was a pill shape, they have a flat edge. So it's not concentric with their content. They have done the exact same thing at the top with like a more visible concentric corner being bad right here. The alignment is better because there is nothing on the other side and it's just aligned with the text, but it's still not aligned with the text. It's further in than the text itself. So it's like it's kind of a lot from someone that says skill issue. And then that person said that this was good when the profile picture is not covering the profile picture thing. It's the same thing at the bottom, same issue. It's not like fully rounded. There is less space at the top and bottom than on the side. I don't. I know that I have the eyes to notice these things, but you can't really say like this is creative, or that there is a lack of creativity. Like it, I'm not impressed. And same thing on this one. That person was saying, I'm trying to create like a mockup platform that provide a 3D mockup with real hands. And I don't know when that person has, looked at their hands, because I don't remember having fingerprint running up to here. Like if I look closely, it's there is some shapes, but it's not like that pronounced. Um, the nails is really impressive as well, yeah. But it's like it's almost looking like it's the clay effect on Blender when you want to add fingerprints to the clay. But like I don't have, if I look closely at my fingers, I don't have such hard ridges on the edge. Like it's so subtle. The fingerprint on the rest of the fingers is so subtle. And it's like this one maybe because we don't see the rest. But it's just, I mean, the fun part for me is the fact that they were saying real hand, like real hand gestures, and I was like, that hands look weird. That I was scroll. That that feels kind of off. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways. um I think, Tonton, I saved something for you earlier, and then obviously I forgot. I did give you this. I don't think I showed you this last time. I think this is fun. The reason why I like it most is because it looks very close to what we can do on iOS, and they have done that on the web. So the object detection and background resolving, like background removal on the web, is pretty well made. That's for me, that's a very useful thing. But their implementation is pretty cool. I like this. It's simple enough. You know, things like this. I think I saved that for you last time. Yeah, more flowers. More thing. Some of them in there are really like trippy, and some of them are very simple and abstract, which I think would match better with the brand that you have. Um, but yeah, people, come on in. How are you? How's the day going? So that was a fun one. Um, and then this popped in as a design skill for the people that have iOS um, apps. I haven't tested it, so I don't know. Um, but you know, you're building an iOS app and you want some Swift UI, I guess, UI kit skill, then maybe this is pretty good. Maybe this is pretty good. I don't know. On that other end, though, I have saved a ton of shit. I have saved a ton of shit. So, have a good look. These three things feels like they are the same, and I do think they are the same, but I don't know if they are the same. All right? So this is book to skill. This is book to skill. They both contain the same images. One of them has 2,000 stars. The other one has like not. Oh, sorry. One of them are 23,000 stars. The other one is 1,000 stars. So I don't know exactly where it's coming from, who created what at what time, and so on. It doesn't really matter. Both of these, and technically this one is the oldest one, seems to be very interesting. The goal of these things are to provide and give you the ability to take a book or a PDF or something and transform it, create a skill for Claude and other platforms with it. So if you have like a technical books that you have read, that you enjoy, that you know, and so on, and you want to make sure that your AI also knows it, you can take the PDF and or the extraction of said books, and then, yeah, then extract this as a skill. So this is potentially useful. I don't know yet, but if you have books and PDFs, yeah. I don't think this would work, but this is fun, yes. The reason why I don't think this would work is because Noms is linked to your Twitch account, and therefore your profile picture slash avatar is your profile picture on Twitch. So you suppose you already have one. Having a teeny tiny blob as an assistant slash thing that can do things as the bot in the app, yeah, why not? Why not? Could be fun. I agree. I agree. But yeah, this seems like a good option. Seems like a good thing. For the people that are like myself that don't necessarily like how Claude is talking in English, this is Claudish to English, which is basically taking what Claude is creating and then rendering it as a proper English translation. So this is useful specifically if you are someone that is writing blogs and other long form media and you don't want it to sound like every other AI generated content. It still sounds like AI generated content in a way because of the content itself, but it sounds more English and it looks more English, which I think is good. It could be something that runs in the background through a secondary model running locally. We never know. But yeah, this is pretty useful. We now have these two things as well. So SnapCN is for all of you that don't have any inspiration. And I think that's a lot of you. SnapCN is basically a collection of animations, kind of like ShadCN registry content, but for the animation. So if you are like finding an animation in there that looks interesting, and you just want to reintegrate that inside of your website because you find this animation being good, you can go through the registry, look at anything that they have created, and then, reuse that. So this is, I think, useful on its own in order to get like some inspiration, but also in order to get the code for the things that could make your website a bit more interesting without having to sacrifice a ton of, brain power. So yeah, Kyle, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? In the past 6 months? I think. I think 2 years. 1 year, technically. Technically, your last one was March 25. Uh, yeah, March 2025. God damn. How have you been? How's everything? So yeah, that's an interesting thing. I think there is a ton of teeny tiny components in there that could be useful if you are looking to just add some tiny stuff in, in the presentation. Like shit like this, absolutely useless. But why not? So that's the thing. And then the last one is OpenBot, which I think is interesting. I don't know yet. This is mostly for Stony. And Phil's, which Phil's is not there anymore. But OpenBot is some sort of an additional AI coworker, as they mention it. And it's like, it looks promising in the sense that it runs on your machine and you can have whatever the fuck you want run it. And then it behave as a coworker. So you can give it task and it does thing. UI is debatable, but there. So, testing it out, checking if it's good, probably would make sense. Um, but that's the thing. I don't had a burnout a few months ago. Congrats on that. Leave the design, looking back and enjoying the process. That is good. That is good. Um, yeah, the one that I used for the longest time, and then I kind of stopped, was Paperclip. I don't think I don't think I've talked about it since you've been here. um, oh, well, that's new. They changed their landing page. Paperclip is what do you mean join the waitlist? Oh, they want to make it available on the web. Um, I liked it because you can get your CEO to do the delegation, and as long as you just say we are a lean team of like 3 to 4 and not more, and we only have some uh things here and there and not like too much task, then that's it's a good option. I also liked the simplicity of the UI itself compared to the other ones that exist, but I also inevitably stopped because of how much token usage there was. And yeah, at the times also when I was using it, we couldn't necessarily make it run with local models, and the local models uh well, not as good as the one that we have now. So I'm guessing if I try it again, yeah. The thing that I also have seen is that I have npm install Pencil instead of Pencil AI 6 times. I don't. Uh, I don't like this. Um, we've talked about that a long time ago. Any IDs on this? IDs of what? Also, Files, if you, what was the debate about on leaving the design industry as a whole? Because this is a thing that happens in my head every month. Of like, this pissed me off. I need to, I don't know, become an actor or some shit. But I probably will at some point. Become a woodworker. I don't know. Yeah. the If it's like the environment and the industry as a whole, I am with you. It has failed us as people that have been in it for a bit. It has evolved in ways that we don't intended it to evolve, but we also don't really have a choice because it evolved in that way because of the money and people were paying in that direction, and therefore the direction grew in that direction. That's it. But yeah. Uh, Design of the landing page or design of the app itself? I'm guessing design of the app itself, because the landing page is kind of shit. Yeah. Mm. Also, launch trial work on it. I said that in my head, and then it didn't go through. Could you elaborate more on the unfortunate evolution of the design industry? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Um, in the beginning, in the beginning of my career specifically, but also the design industry in general, designers were seen as making things pretty, and that's it. Sorry, with the French accent. So in the beginning of the career, it was mostly um, related to making things pretty, and 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 we had another word for making things functional. Functional was a whole different division of the companies, but not necessarily the visual part. Um, and then because the companies and the current state of like the current state of capitalism and other things, companies said, well, we can't really pay two people to do the same job, so we are going to condense the job titles and the request, the task from one person, from two people into one person, and see if that works. And so it 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 transformed the goals from making things pretty into making things working good and look pretty at the same time. So UI UX is the transformation that happened. Um, and then the designers started to be less seen as a necessity. So I mean, they have rarely been seen as a necessity in most companies. They're just been seen as an afterthought until back in 2012, 2015. Airbnb and the others at the time that were saying design is a priority, and because they were big companies that have evolved and have had this success, capitalistic success, other companies started listening and say, "Oh yeah, no, your design is really important. We think about design all the time, so of course." And so in between like 2015-ish, there was a bit of a boom of how much designers get paid, how much designers are getting valued in a company. But then in about 2018, 2019, that went back down. And now that AI can do design really easily, it's also at an opposite all-time high and all-time low. So the companies that don't have the funds will say that AI can do the design and therefore it's good. But the companies that have the funds to pay the AI design uh, will also pay the best designers to get access to the best output to stand out in the market right now. So we have two branches. One is going down for designers being like not recognized as useful in the company. And on the other end, it's going up for some designers, very some designer, um, that now are seen as the core of what the company needs in order to get the output to stand out compared to the competition. So That's basically the thing. We as designers have had and seen the up and down of everything all the times. We've seen growth of designer are everything, designer ain't shit, are everything, ain't shit, are everything, ain't shit, and it happens all the times. So I am used to it. New designers that are currently like that have rode the wave from the ain't shit to are everything, and now are seeing the drop again for the first time in their career are like, what the fuck is happening? I don't understand. So it's going down. It's about to reach, I think, a bottom slash top at the same time, which is weird this time. But we might have that happen soon. But yeah, that's basically what it is with the industry going to shit with designers. There has never really been a recognition of the profession itself. Chris, what on? It's mostly we have the recognition on like five designers, and that's about it. And most of the time as well, it's like you have the recognition once you're dead. And you've had a bit of influence during your time, but not that much. And then when you stop working and your work is taken as a reference, then and only then are you recognized as a good designer. But before that, you were just like, yeah, a bit of a useless person in the company. So that's a bit of the current sentiment in a lot of people. So I understand why you may have like some burnout and not necessarily again as what you mentioned being focused on the designing and mostly focused on like the company goals. So yeah, um, but yeah, it's that's the I guess that's the market and that's the thing that has been happening for a while, and it's not necessarily good, but it's to me it's what I've seen. I think as junior are gonna struggle with AI replacing them, and companies that can pay seniors to clean up new features and that are accelerated by AI will see the need for good design. So junior drowning, senior thriving, software output is going up a lot. Not really, kind of. It's yes. Let's remove the cat from the screen. Um, so the thing that I have said about the current state of design and the design industry in relationship with AI design is the fact that like AI design is extremely beneficial for me. Me being me, a senior designer that has the knowledge and the ability to see things that have been AI generated and say, here are the fix that we need to do in order to not look AI generated and to be better in the output. The AI design for juniors and entry level people is usually just like, well, the AI can do the work, so I'm gonna just let the AI do the work and then give that to my senior so that they can fix it. But me as a junior, I'm not learning shit because the AI is doing everything. And what I'm learning as good design is 90% AI generated shit. So I'm not learning anything because everything looks the same. So juniors have a very hard time unless they disconnect from that very heavily tech focused enterprise mindset of like we need to use whatever is currently brand new and hyped. And seniors are just like we've seen so much that it's yeah, it's another day at work. Nothing has changed. It's just like AI is a new tool. The thing that are generated are good layout based on our past experiences, but they are not good layout anymore because everything looks the same, and therefore we want the companies that we are representing to kind of stand out. So, you know, it's Like it's really good for me, but also there is a bit of in between, and this is the situation that I'm kind of in, specifically in France, which is companies see that design as in cheap design is easy and fast, and seniors like myself are requesting and asking for too much money compared to what they were expecting a good designer can do, because in their eyes a good design is what Claude is creating by default. So for what they can have for 200 bucks a month, then they won't be able to pay me 200 bucks a month and get my skills, but they expect that. So that's a bit of a real gray area right now, where the seniors are just struggling with finding a job, because it's just like we are expecting salaries that are related to our experience and expertise, but apparently companies are not willing to do so. So yeah. Do you think that smaller and mid-sized companies that use AI for design will eventually realize that they are all getting the same template and then recognize they actually need a good designer? Yes. The thing is, by the time that this happens, the good designers would be retired. So they would have to rely on some very, very good designers that are the current junior of today, that are refusing to learn through AI and basically uh, go through the process that we had to do by hand at the time, but like doing it now. And these people, currently junior, that are already really good, are going to be pretty rare. I have a feeling that this is probably going to happen. Claiming something is good design without applying any design thinking principle, completely removing the theoretical part of it, only focusing on the visual. Yeah. Um, I mean, right now we are basically in the dribble era of design again. It's just like, specifically on Twitter, we are in the, oh yeah, it needs to look good. That's it. Is it functional? I don't know. It looks good. It looks good. Can we implement? It looks good. It's that's it. It just looks good, and that's all we need. So yeah, there are a lot of principles and a lot of things that you can do in order to achieve uh, good design and stand out design. I think I saw a video yesterday. Let me see if it's here or if it's on something else. This one was really good. I love this. Don't necessarily like the creator, but I do like the video in question. It has a lot of hype things. Morton, work on it. How are you? How have you been? Um, it has a good vibe overall. I think it's fine. In Let me see if I can find it. I watched this video, by the way, Stony. I don't think we can achieve that uh, on Figma to get the effect. I would need to get some sort of a, I don't know, plugin or some shit. Yeah, it's not on this one either. And I mean, is that the one? It is. This one was interesting. The core is pretty good overall at doing some very simple. Again, we talked about him before. The video that Core is doing is the video that I should be doing, and I'm not doing because I'm lazy as fuck. No, that's not true. It's the type of video that I don't want to bother with. Basically, all the visuals that we have here, like the recording of the screens and the editing of showcasing all of the images, just pisses me off. So I'm not doing it. But his videos are good. And that video specifically of explaining what he called the Frankensteining a landing page is really the system things that would help you to get better. Boy, it's good. Watch it. The output in question is not the best, uh, but the principle is good. So I think to be checked. There is a lot of good content on his channel as well that I would highly recommend you to check. Um, but overall, the same concepts apply of this one about video game design being good for software, which is true. Um, but it's I guess it's the thing that I've done with Phil's last Monday, when we had this landing page and we talked about it, and I was like, we need to have something that is more coffee like. We need to get inspired by what coffee design is. We need to understand what a game about coffee and business in coffee shops represent, like what would be in there, what we would have in terms of design and so on, and take from that idea of, yeah, coffee looks like this, like coffee brands look like this. So the Frankensteining things that he's been doing of saying, oh, I like that hero section from that brand or that website that I have. I like the view of Duolingo sections for the multilingual, for example. I like that testimonial section from that website, but I would change this instead. That makes a lot of sense, and it's using existing components, which is good. But then you also end up with things that are templated-ish, and you kind of have the ability to just create your own thing at the end. But here, what I'm doing is just saying, based on the fact that this is a game that is an isometric game in pixel art-ish thing with coffee themes, I would love to get an isometric-ish grid for the content and coffee themes for the content. So we went on Pinterest, as always, and looked for coffee inspired design, coffee branding. And we got some things. Like if I look for coffee beans branding, which is the thing that we've been looking at mostly, you can see that there is perforated fonts. You have some tags and badges and basically stickers for the labels, some very organic illustrations right there, some very cool gradients here and there. So there is a ton of options. So you can go in whatever direction you want, but you still kind of see some sort of a vibe from the coffee beans, bags, drinkers, and so on. That if you don't match this, it doesn't feel like it's part of the same community. So you want to do that. This is the research phase that you can do today for any project. So the thing that you had, Lone Traveler, by the way, for the auto part, that website that you've done, um, it's the same thing. Like we want to make sure that the website gives us the vibe of the target user, and it kind of works with us as the business. So the website in question was very corporate startup things, but you added the 3D rendering of the parts in questions to make it like more interesting for the auto buyers, because they're like, oh yeah, I recognize this part. I know what it is. It makes sense. And I know that this is a business for like some data and parts. Therefore, it's a bit of a SaaS thing. So both of them work together. But if you went with um I don't even know if tuning has two ends, but if you went with something like this instead, Kate, work on it. Pinterest, my internet. God dang. Like if for some reason that was the website for the parts, it would have been interesting. Would it have worked? Would it have been the best option for that type of website? I don't think so. It's fun, but it's out of the realm. Something like this, for example, could have worked. Yeah. Like for one section, if you had like one part being like an outline thing, and then on the other side some sort of black tire mark things with the text, yeah, why not? That could have worked. But overall, you went with something that was like more 3D, which makes sense. So that section in that video, Frankensteining the landing page and finding exactly what makes sense, giving you the essence of the business in question, is the type of thing that AI currently cannot do, or at least cannot do pretty well, unless you're using AI in pair with other AIs. So, what the fuck do I mean by that? If, for example, you go into image flow, if you go into ChatGPT image gen and so on, and you create a vibe mood board based on the AI vision of the thing in question that you are talking about. Like, I know we have one of them saved somewhere along the line of, it's supposed to be not so long ago. I should have saved it as a name. It's one of these stylescape thing, but you can ask AI to create a stylescape based on something, and it will do it. Shit like this, for example. Like these are AI generated, uh, not necessarily high quality, but good base for vibes. Like you get the feeling. It's pretty bad, but you get the feeling, and that's what we need, not the rest. So if you say, okay, I like this is fun, this works with the branding that we have, it's a bit like playful with the colors, it's a bit playful with the shapes, but still has that corporate thing with the text, obviously, that could work. So you could just lean into this for your research, but not necessarily for everything. So, you know, it's just it's just an overview of something. Getting this AI generated is going to be a bit more complex because this is purposeful and so on, but it is also feasible. More complex though, but feasible. I'm looking for one in particular, and then Kane, I need to click on your link before it disappears from the chat. um, but right now I'm just like using, yeah, that's the one I was looking for. You can generate one of these. These are not generated. I think these ones are handmade. Nonetheless, you can have ChatGPT, image flow, and so on generate you one of these, and then with that, you can explore. Um, it is. It is. These are starscapes, and we've been using them for so long, and they make sense, and they are almost the best option for most of the thing that we want to do. But yeah. Um, so I can save each name to never use them. I see. I see. Um, oh, Morton, I just saw that as well. Thank you. Appreciate it. Did you end up on the titties first? Is that what happens? Did you Did you open that and end up on some titties at work and therefore had to explain yourself? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Could have happened. Could have happened. Um, but yeah, so you can AI generate like a stylescape and a mood board and something to get a vibe. Be careful. Just get a vibe of what AI, which is already a median point in human life, uh, believe the keyword that you have given it. Oh, so if you say I'm looking for a stylescape for a young, colorful, activewear, tech-oriented, I don't know, app, give me a stylescape for that. It will generate something that looks interesting and then give you like a direction to either go or avoid because this is too immediate. Remember that the regular thing that we have every time that I showcase on a weekly basis is that your range from uh, a user point of view of things is that this here is the not necessarily the boring side, but like it's the not matching. I would I would say that. And then here is over the top. And these fonts at 32 are not visible whatsoever. Right, not matching whatsoever, over the top, whatever. Um, here, sorry, here is usually where AI is gonna land in that realm. It's matching, but it's median matching. It's not like over the top matching. It's matching. It's like in the middle. It's where it needs to be. You know, like it's you ask for something, it's gonna give you something. So using this as a compass of the direction that most people, because again, average average is the AI accumulation of everything. And what you want to achieve is somewhere around here. Over the top is like for very specific brands, but most of the time it's not the case. So it's just seeing what it has done and bumping it up. I'm taking Mima every time as an example because it's the best example that we have of saying when we did this exact process with the client and saying this is an AI generated thing like Starscape, and Starscape. Overall, we were like, we like this, but that's it. Like we kind of like this thing, but the rest not really. We kind of really disliked this, and we kind of liked this because it was like similar with this thing. But that was it. Like that's about it. We had like a bit of a, oh, we like the hand-drawn star on the edge because it's fun and it's nice, but not much more than that. Like, yeah. Other than that, not much. So when I then, after going in these directions and experimenting and doing other things, said, this looks interesting. Maybe that's the direction in which we kind of want to go. And client said, yeah, that kind of match. And then we reused that specific, like, initial mood board thing to give us, like, the color that we wanted to go for with the kind of match question and kind of um, the purple question. So at the end of the day, we ended up with the purple version. and we said that the Uber slash purple is our main thing, but we have an alternative version, which is the matcha version. But that whole thing is coming inspired in the first place by what the average was looking, and we wanted to stand out from average. So that's, I mean, it makes sense, but yeah. So AI is going to give you average. You don't want to be average. So AI is a good tool in order to get like a bit of a sense of where to land and where things are going to be. So it is useful. It might help you in some direction. And Mixboard is really useful as well for the same reason. So yeah, I see. It's one of these. Sorry, she took like so long to get to the fucking point. God damn, these French. Oh my God. Um, yeah. No, yeah. So basically, she's doing a video of the worst people on the internet that are making big companies lose money, and they are the worst in the planet. And she's just listing free open source GitHub options uh, to get tools for free, basically. God damn, she took her time. Do you think this process AI Stylescapes Frankenstein was a reference in visual memo? Interesting. Let us stand out from AI. Not really, but kinda. Me too, so it's harder to read. Usually it doesn't happen, but we never know. Um, so yes and no. In a way, yes, because if you do it enough, you will have the pattern recognition of figuring out exactly what will make you stand out. So that makes a lot of sense. But in reality, what is good? Have a good meeting hell. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day and have a good weekend. Um, the thing that is important in order to stand out is repetition. You need to do the thing that you want to do many, 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 many times over and over and over and over again, because that's what will make you good. And it's not just like, I mean, it works for everything. I don't know if you've ever seen a drawing artist draw a circle. They draw almost perfect circles because it's just like it makes sense. The way that the pen is working, the way that the arm is working, the way that the shoulder is working on the paper, it's just they've done days of circles. I'm good at drawing eyes. Um, I you know, I I think the way that I draw eyes and the overall, if that thing loads, goddamn, uh, like the overall amount of details that I had in there makes sense because I spent, I would say, 2 years of school uh, basically drawing eyes in class because I was bored. And I don't think I have like some of my first, other than this one potentially, but it's still like kind of, it's bad, but it's okay. Um, but I've done like so much. I can't scroll on this for safety reasons. Um, and I've done like so much eyes in general that it is the thing that I'm kind of have been the best at. The rest of the faces that I've done are fine, but not great. I also was doing a lot of hair with like strand of hair, single strand of hair every time. So it was taking a lot of time. What? Nowadays, would I be able to recreate or redraw an eye by from memory? Yeah. Like muscle memory, my my hands, my brain is able to create and draw an eye that is good looking enough, you know, to make sense because I've done so many. There is repetition. So there is this new thing that I love. I don't think we've talked about it in the past, and I don't think we have it right there. Where the fuck is you there? Um, which if you are an artist, this thing is so cool. I love it. uh, this is the draw cube game or cube game, and the goal in this thing is just to, you know, um, draw boxes. And from the first face, you need to figure it out like exactly how the cube is supposed to look at. Like obviously today there is circles as well, which I haven't done. But like the goal is to do these things. And right now we have the circles and shit. And obviously I don't have like a tablet to draw stuff. But now that's the challenge. And so if you are someone that is like drawing for a living or, you know, whatever, goddamn, I also forget that this is not good. But you need to figure out exactly like what is the angle, what is the shape, and if I was on paper, this would make so much more sense for me, and it would be so easier than God damn, that's wrong. Eh, damn, they just wanted the bottom one. Um, sorry, the math is just bad. Fine. So that is one of the things, for example, where um, when you're starting to learn how to draw, you need to go through creating boxes, creating like basically we have something where we say create a rectangle, create a rectangle from the face, create a rectangle in perspective because we want to make sure that we understand how things goes. Like we have a point of vanishing point that is right here, so we want to ensure that we understand how the vanishing point is going, which is kind of the same here. We want to get that somewhere around here. Like all of that um, is obviously with a mouse. This is shit, and I hate it. But on paper, this is the type of thing that I used to do in school. And so for you in design in general, you would benefit from repetition and repetition and repetition. And it also comes from inspiration. So the thing that I have been saying and have showcased in the past of me spending roughly 3 to 6 hours a day in the beginning of my career on Pinterest, Dribble, Behance, and other platforms to figure out exactly what I like, um, and how to do it based on my inspiration. Like I recognized things. For example, I just clicked on this one, which is, um, to me, this is a copy of this, which right now you can't see because, you know, this is a machined teeny tiny metal things. They're using the same screws. They're using the same finishing. It's also a knife. Um, and that is the first one that I discovered. And then once that brand that single person kind of popped off and became more popular, I saw a lot more of these copycats. And I see that some of them are doing not better, but like better in terms of design than the original one. Um, and I noticed the design differences. So because of inspiration, because of uh, my interest in everything, I just see like potential when I look at Pinterest and other things. And so if I'm like, let's just do that, randomized scroll, and then stop here and click on, I don't know, something that is not a ring would be appreciated. Um, like this is similar to one of the card base that we have seen that is kind of popular now because we are using shaders most of the times. So this is coming from shaders. That at the top is a presentation that we've seen in Joy, but we also have seen that thing in Airbnb in about 6 years ago, I think. Um, that gradient is something that is similar to the greeny gradient from um, Framer that was popular in 2022. I know all of that because I have seen so much and because my inspiration runs are still happening. The app that I created myself for my inspiration runs on Twitter specifically, so that I have a place that I can save shit, is there for that reason. It's just there so that I can go back and say, I remember this. I remember like that motion thing, for example, and I just want to make sure that I can go back. So I know it was an X-ray skull animation motion things. So we have like in my tags, right? X-ray skull motion um micro interaction is going to be the thing. So if I want to go back to this, because this is probably what's going to happen at some point, I remember that this was like a blue skull thing. And now that it's tagged, this is going to be a thing that is easier for me to just go back to. All of the other one that I have skipped, I could 100% just go in there and tags the 12,000 of them. I'm looking for an AI model that can use vision to go through all of them and slowly patch the tags, but this is going to take some time. So, nonetheless, this is just me being like very inspired on everything. And then based on that inspiration, going into things and saying, oh, wow, I don't know how they've done that. Let me try it. And then I try to recreate that illustration, or I try to recreate that screen. inside of Figma or Sketch or on paper or somewhere, wherever you are working. But that's basically what I've done. So at the end of the day, when I see something and I'm like, oh, wow, this is cool. I know exactly how to do it because I don't have to think because I've done it 60,000 times in the past. Not really, but like at least a good amount of time to recreate this. And when I'm looking at this here, I'm like, this is okay, but that's it. It's just okay. It could be much better. There is a lot of issues with like the sharpness of the edges, and it could have like a drop shadows to get a bit of a softer transition. But this is pretty good, but it's just like a cutout right here. So it doesn't make any sense. It's not an embossed version. And I can say that because I've done better than this in the past because I have tried. Because one day I saw this and I was like, I don't know how to do that. Let me see if I can figure it out. Then I opened Sketch and I could figure it out, and I figured it out, and now I know how to do it. And then on one specific project, I said, let me put that in place because it makes sense, and now we have it. So that's the repetition. That's the inspiration thing. You basically want yourself to be as inspired as possible, and as also, Tonton, I didn't click on the link. I need to click on that link, and I need to click on that link. uh, yeah, basically. Yeah, it is. It is that. The thing is, this is not the best practice. It is a good practice, but specifically this one, like hitting a board, is just gonna reinforce your knuckles, and that's about it. If you want to get better, you basically need a beanbag, and you reach down and you fist, and you make a fist in the beanbag, and then you just go in points. That's so much better for your knuckles. Um, but beans, not rice, beans. But yeah, like practice and inspiration is a lot good. Um, I did some karate for 2 years. Yeah, but yes, beanbags are great for the forearms. Like I remember my forearms were like on fire most of the times after that training. Yeah, different times, different times. You did good right there. This one is good. Which, by the way, um, this is something that I have never really talked about. But this, Genie, be kind, be kind. Uh, you don't necessarily need to have all four of your corner radius um, to be concentric. Maybe just this one can be concentric and the other can be tinier. Like that's an option. Um, no issues, sir. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Oh my god. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Such an AI sentence. This is the one done with the skill. What the fuck happened here? This one is interesting. That's a fun thing. So there are some things that are kind of weird. I'm really not sure about the the side padding on some of the sections, like not all of the sections. So I don't necessarily understand what like these are section carded in within, but that's kind of fine. Um, I see that the icon sizes are not necessarily good. I'm expecting that this is, I mean, specifically this should have passed my test of contrast ratio, which apparently hasn't. The thing is, in Sleek contrast ratio check, there is God damn it, I'm gonna kill some people. Yes. Um, the contrast ratio checker is checking through image vision. So if your model doesn't have vision, then you won't be able to go through that entirely. But it's in there. So yeah. Um, but yeah, I see the alignments being not correct. So yes, I agree with that as well. Right now it's just like copy repo and put it within your project. I want to have an npm skill thing because I know that that exists, and so that you can just say npm install skill sleep and get the full thing organized properly. This is probably gonna be run by Soul. Soul is pretty good with that. But for now, that's not the case. So yeah, it's interesting that some of them didn't go through. To be honest, on Sleek's um, official thing, you know, um, in order to get the website that presents it where it is now, meaning that it contains the correct writing, it contains the correct amount of text most of the times, it contains the correct amount of contrast ratios and effects and concentricity. All of that, I had to run Sleek 12 times, probably, in order to really, really, really like aim for the thing. So it's not great. I do think that one of the things that I'm missing in there is the do don't section. Um, like don't do example, 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 do example, example, example instead type of situation. I know that I've seen that in some skills that end up creating some better outputs. So this is probably something that needs to happen as well. Um, but yeah, in order for me to get like these things to work with the contrast ratio, light mode, dark mode switch, and the presentation and so on, like all of that, I really had to go through applying the skills and then reapplying the skill and then reapplying the skills and then specifically on that page reapplying the skill, or when I see like a mistake, mentioning the mistake and pointing directly to the MD file that is related to that specific rule. So it's been a bit of a pain in the ass, and I don't like that. But in Phil's sent me this. Well, Phil sent me something that is now accessible, but not really. And this one was made with the skill in question. So there are some things in there that are much better in terms of writing, in terms of presentation. Obviously, this is a very simple website. It's a, you know, it's a blog thing. So most of the things are text-based. But still, um, this is kind of better. I don't really have a lot of things to say that could improve on this simplistic version of things, but yeah, um, yeah, I know I can switch to English, but it doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. It's the design. The design doesn't change when I switch to English. Let's recap what you said. Frankenstein process, okay, mix and match from distant sources of inspiration. In general, does help stand out from AI. To benefit from this process, I need to build up my visual reference library and work on the practical skills themselves, making call cards, hero buttons, and so on. Yeah, that's basically it. You want to do the repetition, you want to do the thing that is challenging for you, and that like the exercise that I give for everyone is always the same. And nowadays it's a bit more complex because it's easier to achieve, but nonetheless it's the same thing. Let's say you just go on Dribble or on whatever platform you like for inspiration. I like Twitter, I like Dribble, I like Pinterest, everything kind of, work. But just look at something and say, let's go into mobile apps because it's easier. The subtitles are like more condensed. I'm going to click on the second one for no fucking reason. I'm going to send that in the chat so that you can have access to it if you want to. But right here, the exercise that you do is, okay, cool, I see this. I'm going to copy that into Figma. So I'm just going to right click, copy image, go into my Figma file, drop the image right there, and then that's it. You have the image, and now the goal you need to figure it out how to create this. Like it, how am I achieving this? Like what's the best option for this? What can I do? What, like, how can I create that? I don't know. So I'm gonna try. So I'm gonna go through, maybe, I don't know, this is a rectangle right here with a bit of a rotation. Like that seems to be the rotation in question. Not really, because not on the like not really on the other side. So I'm gonna try something else that feels okay but not correct, and try to make sure that I have like the correct angle here, which is, just trying to making sure that I have everything. Okay, I have all the sides. Let me just put that in outline so that I can make sure that I'm aligned. That feels better, but it's still wrong. So I'm gonna take the points, put them where I think they should be, and now it's highlighting the fact that my bottom points are probably okay, but then my top one isn't. So I'm gonna move the top one, move that one there, and say, okay, that's pretty fine. It's not great, but that's pretty fine. So let me just bring this back, add the corner radius so that I can see if I'm correct or not. Apparently a corner radius of like 18 seems to be aligned with what they have, but I also noticed that this is not exactly where it needs to be. So we're just gonna, manually change shit, align stuff, and end up on something that I feel is close enough. And now that I have this, okay, what do I do? Because I have one, so I need the second one that is next to it. So first of all, it's going to be orange. I also noticed that they have a bit of a border right there. So I'm just going to add the stroke is probably black at like, I don't know, 5%, 4%. Maybe a bit darker than this. Let's do 6% just for the sake of it. And then I need the next one. So it's probably going to be the same shape, but with a different rotation. So I'm going to attempt to do that, and makes sense, and repeat and repeat and repeat until I feel like I have something that makes sense. In the future, you might figure out at some point, for some reason, that if you just did this, with the shape itself, and then took it in the center of the view, because that's basically where it is, and said, I'm going to go into the Figma draw, create a rotate copy instead, bring it back into the Figma design, and let's see the amount. It's probably going to be somewhere around here, so I'm going to say it's roughly 5 based on center, 4.6, 4.8, but we have like so many more of these in total, so I'm going to say 16, 17, 18. 18 is going to be fine. And now, because I know exactly that this is not like where it needs to be and how it needs to be in terms of rotation, I'm just going to rotate it. Place it where I think it's supposed to be. See that my corner things, whatever, isn't exactly right, so it's probably a 4.5. And now I'm pretty good here. So that is much faster. And that's just because I figured out that this was like easier to do. And then from there, I can either duplicate and then have the gray version there on the edges, or I could just say, let me make this an angular gradient. But that doesn't work. So let me do that with a mask instead. So I'm just going to mask this and so on. So that's basically the thing, right? You just want to duplicate until you figure out exactly how the thing has been made. And you can duplicate on top of, but you could also duplicate next to, just for the understanding. So, for example, that is going to be, it looks like a 45. It looks like it's centered, but then it's going higher. It's going up, so it's probably something like this. Am I pretty right here? That's pretty accurate. I know that the points that are here, 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 here get a bit of a corner radius to them. Gonna bring that in, and changing the shape, getting my color right. Is that good enough? Not really. These things are way too close together. So I'm gonna bring that in by 2 pixels so that they just look a bit fatter. That seems pretty accurate, right? Am I correct here? Not really. Does it really matter? Not really. But this is like basically the task. You want to ensure that your eyes can figure out exactly how the things look and how it's supposed to be looking. So that is the task. And you need to do that basically every day for the next 3 months. And the next 3 months after that. And the next 3 months after that. So it's a lot of options. For me here, if I really want it to be annoying, which I always want to, I'd probably have done that like this instead. Yeah, probably. It's not exactly the same, but that's fine enough. And then I know we have like half of it. So either I do an offset or an intersect thing so that we have like both of these, and then I can add like a bit of a corner radius to it. That seems pretty good. Probably have done that instead, specifically because then I can rotate that to match and see if I'm correct, which is not the case, which is good. But yeah, playing with like it is teeth. It looks like teeth. I agree. I agree. But yeah, you know. Yeah. I mean, it's a food app, Genie, so it makes sense, right? It makes sense. So that's to me, that's the thing. You need to go through the exploration process specifically on things that you don't know how to do. Like that second part is the most important part. Like if you reach something and you're like, oh yeah, that's that's a rectangle with a text and two icons. Like yeah, I can do that. Don't bother. You know how to do that. Ah, don't bother. What if you're like, oh, I don't know how they did that graded. I don't know, maybe. Like the transition is pretty good. It has a bit of a different color here and a different color there. I don't necessarily know how they done that. Let me try to do this. Um, but yeah, yeah. I mean, using 3D, I'm gonna date you. Using 3D in UI is something that we used to do very, very strongly in 2018. It popped off in 2020 when COVID happened because some people were like, oh, damn, that's so good. But also because the NFT era of 2020 was very much 3D. So people were like just adding 3D because they were creating things for NFTs. And then it died out. And now when you're adding some 3D things in an app, specifically if it's like low quality as in like low material rendering, it doesn't look as good. But when you use some sort of like 3D images rendering with like glass and shit, it's fine. This is not necessarily an issue. If you look at like the badges or rewards metrics from Apple Health or Apple Sports, I forgot, Fitness, Apple Fitness. They are using 3D things and they are doing it very well. That works. Like that's an option. So something like this is interesting. Is it good? Not really. Do we care? No. So, yeah. The last point that is pretty much important. Also try to do things that you don't like. Like, let's say you don't like this and you don't like it because the font doesn't make sense and and the color is not like to your vibes, and the illustration for the hands is just like shit, and so on. Whatever your point of view is, try to recreate it still. Like if it's challenging, if you feel like I don't know how they did that, still try to figure it out. Try to make it work. Try to find that font or font that is close enough that you have in your library to use as a substitute for that one, because that's what they have chosen. Like I personally don't like the effect here because the story in uh, which is weird. Um, the art is always a story tells. That makes no sense. Um, brain, compute. But um, if I want to understand how that happens and how I can recreate something similar, it is a great example. It's like, cool, this is shit. Let me recreate it. Now let me improve upon it. Like make sure that you do have the ability to create that so that you understand how it's made, so that next you don't remake the mistake. So right here, you would have uh, that font, and let's do, I don't know, 120 for some reason. Um, so it goes there, right? And then on top of that, you get a second thing. That's just going to say hello for now. I don't care. It's going to be in the center. Cool. So now I'm going to go through my fonts and go find a font that I think is uh, similar to whatever we had. So it was something that was kind of thin, but not too thin. So probably, I mean, this is too thin. I'd probably go somewhere around here. And then they have a bit of a script. So I have, Vero is not going to work. Maybe this is good. Cool. So how the fuck did they do the change in like the background and thing? I don't know. So I'm gonna just add what seems to be the best option, which is like you add a stroke, you make sure that it's outside, make sure it's the same color as the background, make it a bit bigger, and now I have a thing that is overlaid and it works the same way. Cool. So I understand it. Now, what would that, like, how would that work? Well, maybe if the font is a bit of a better font in question, so I'm going to use like a better font. And now we have this on top because it's a handwritten thing. That's easier to read, but I'm still having some issues. So thingy is readable. My big is readable. If I do this, I probably have the better Y readability. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to also make sure that my corners and the edges are kind of changed. And this is easier to read. Not necessarily good, but like easier to read. And it's just like practice on how did they do that? Okay, cool, I get it. Now I can avoid these two fonts because I know that the better option is to get like a very heavier font instead of anything else. We have, as always, example in page 3, I think, which are they in page 3 and page 1? Like shit like this, for example. Like I found this. I said, this is pretty interesting. Let me figure it out. Like this is a font that I have in my collection, which is Moam. This is another font that I have in my collection, which is similar to this one. And I said, you know what? That looks similar enough. I get it. It makes sense. basically like just okay, cool. This is not what we want to go for, but it still works. And now I kind of have the mental model of how this would work. So also, yeah, try to define like the why is this one, uh, like why is this one better, or why did they decide to do this? Like the reason is important. I think create fucked up things, and I don't think I broke. You only broke on your side, I guess. um, yeah, like all of the reason why is the thing that's going to make your life easier in the future. Like understanding when I did this, and we talked about this last time. I I looked at these and I was like, yeah, that's interesting. I think the colors themselves are good, but not necessarily the illustration types. I think the main like greenish thing is a good contrast with the red orange, but that's about it. And therefore, when I recreated these things to match and see, it's just, yeah, it works, but that's it. It just works. And simplifying sometimes helps, sometimes it doesn't. But that's like that helps. So overall, the task, even though that's not a task, but like the task is to find something that you think is challenging because you're like, I don't know how to do that. I This feels weird. I I don't know how they did this. Cool. That's a challenge. That's good. Is it good? I don't know. You decide. Like I'm not there to tell you if something that is in front of you is shit or not. If you think that this is shit, good. If you think that this is great, good. This is your taste. And the better you get at understanding your own taste and your ability to potentially recreate the thing that you like the best will make you someone that we can rely on for specific types of things. Obviously, if you're a designer that wants to be working with everyone, you want to be able to do everything. But most of the times, it's never going to happen. And if you like this and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. I like this. I feel like this is a simple enough thing to do. How the fuck did they do this? Well, we have multiple options. And so we go back to the exact same thing where right here, for that mountain shot, for example, we have mountain peaks there. Cool. And then the question is, did they create two shapes and say, okay, so that's my image right there. I'm gonna make it crop so that it's just like static in this thing. Then I have a second one. Or I should just duplicate it right there in place. Then I have a second one right here that goes to the bottom. And then they have added some corner radius to all of them. Is that what happened? Like if this a dual element thing, or is this a simple shape that they have added right there of, I should do that here, of like just adding a star in. And then rotating it and getting some corner radius there. Which this is not good, but like They need to do that instead. And then this thing has different corner radius all around. I don't know. They both they both end up being the exact same thing. They both look kind of the same. And if I give you like a white shape in the background and I just change that to white instead, we end up with similar outputs, right? I don't know what they've done here. And again, it depends. You have many options. The thing that I know is that if you want to have crop specific image placement, that's gonna be challenging. So going with that behavior is easier in terms of implementation in the future because it's just like, well, cool. It's one single video slash image slash things in the background, and then we just adds a single PNG on both sides, and then we're done. And if we want to move them, we can move them. Whereas here, this is just two videos cropped or two images cropped. So we load the video slash image slash media twice, which is like performance enhancements that needs to happen, so on. And it's annoying. So I'd go with this. Is this how they did it? I don't know. Do I care? No. But it's a thing. So again, goal is just to recreate and figure out. So right now, based on what I just did, I figured out that this is probably a shape on both sides because it's easier for implementation. And that makes sense. Obviously, they have like that kind of overlapping for the mountains things right there. So I don't know exactly if they have like multiple layers and shit. And if that's the case, then this is a very complicated and complex different things. But still, at the end of the day, it's probably just going to be two shapes and it's going to be fine. So yeah, but the goal is always that you need to find something in your feed and say, I don't know how to do that. I don't know if this makes sense. I don't know if it's just like working or not working, and I don't know how I can recreate it. And then you just try it out and you fail. And then you try it out again, and you fail again, and then you try it out and you figure it out. And it's not exactly the same, so you try again. Then it's exactly the same, and you're like, oh, I get it. And then in the future, like that's the big benefits of what I'm teaching, asking you to do in a way, is that if I'm gonna use that same example as always, because it's easiest. If today you're telling me, oh yeah, we wanted to have some sort of a, I don't know, some sort of a ribbon shape showcased on our content, then I'm just gonna do that. And damn. This is something that I learned in 2006, 2008. Like it's the type of shit that I used to, I still remember. I know exactly how to do it. It's just the easiest shit. And you know, it's it create that effect without you having to think about it too much just because you've done it. So now, with the exact same thing that we've done a second ago, if for example I was like, oh yeah, you know what? I need this I need this effect that we had a second ago for the corners and shit. So I'm just gonna add that right there and right there. and I'm done because we just did it. So now it's in my head. So I can really easily re-implement things. That's basically the beauty of the test and the practice. It's that you now have all the tools that you need in order to achieve exactly what you want, whenever the fuck you want it. And I don't know, it's fun. It doesn't require a lot of brain power to do because you've done it once. Like that's the plan. So with the repetition, with the exercise, with all of that, you end up with better skills and you have the ability to just apply said skills when necessary, when you need it. So highly recommend it. Highly recommend. Stony, back to this. That was a big ass derails. Um, I don't know. I've seen Stremio in the past, and I do believe that there is some things in there that might be useful as design and reference, but there is a ton of things that I don't necessarily like because it sounds and looks dated. Um, I do like this though. I like that view for TV interface. I feel like this makes sense for the continue watching section, for example, and it is very similar to what we have done. But yeah, um, that is an interesting view of while you are hovering and or clicking on something, you have the recap on the side instead of having a full page. Is this good? No. Uh, but yeah, is this an option for something potentially? Like if you wanted to have that for like your actors pages instead of getting them into full dedicated pages on No Mercy, maybe that could be a thing. When you click on an actor, you just have a panel that slides from the side. That takes like it's not 30, 28% of the screen. Indeed. It, is it useful? Are you a size 6? Or is size 6 too big for you still? They said it would arrive in 5 days. I think it's been less than 5 days. Um, I love what they have done, by the way, um, because in the in the new one for the 5, which is the test that you get, the battery size that they say is um, 6 to 9 days of batteries, or 5 to 9 days. Um, no, 6 to 9 days of batteries, but depending on the size, which I think is really impressive. And for once, they are acknowledging the fact that they have different size batteries depending on the size of the ring. So, yeah. The thing that is kind of bad is that overall, um, it's I need a point 0.5. Like I currently have a 10. I would love 9.5. It would be a bit snugger, but it wouldn't pass the joints. But yeah. Yeah. So officially it's the index. They want you to wear them in the index because it is the best, but they say that any fingers work. And I'm like at 10, the middle finger is a bit loose, but the index is a bit too tight. Um, but the thing that I like about this, This is the 5. This is the 3. And you can kind of see how wide this thing is. The amount of space gaps that it gives in between my fingers compared to the first one. The 5 is so much. I mean, they said 40% slimmer overall, but it really is 40% slimmer, and it's pretty good. It's more comfortable. I love it more because it's like easier to, yeah. And these ones are like chunky as fuck. So yeah, but I'm happy to say that I had uh Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, and Gen 5. And Gen 5 is the best. And I'm currently on the test, like the weekly test, the first week test. Um, it is currently setting like I full charged it on Monday. Like that was the plan. Monday. 55% battery on the size of this. God dang. I am impressed. I'm really impressed with the new tech. Um, but yeah. However, expensive. However, expensive. Um, the pen is good. I like them. I had the I had the first one, which was kind of limited in its capacities, but yeah, they. I know that the Xiaomi watches are pretty good. The bands are good. They are cheap. They work well. I'm easy work on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How's the drop going? Ah, ah. Um, no drops today. Oh, who are you? Who are you? um, God damn it. But yeah, that was mostly for the boyfriend cat because I know that you said something, and I hope timing is good. Yeah, yeah, that's the point. The thing is, remember as well, the the Oura Ring sizes are not regular sizes, as we've mentioned before. Um, like it's the size that they have don't really equate to US sizes or somethings. So it's either a little bigger or a little snugger. It depends on the day, it depends on a lot of things. Um, I think it's written within the box that I just sent you, but yeah. Um, They are pretty good. Um, in terms of accuracy, I don't know. I can't really tell. I'm not like a health professional or something to be able to tell you exactly if the sensors are good. Based on the reviews that I've seen, they are really good. Um, it's also very interesting and important to remember that these are tools in order to get some general ID of vitals and other things. It's fun, but it's not a viable source of information. Um, so that's so sad. um, but yeah, um, it's yeah. I already have had a mark on my wrist for the watches. Like I usually have that, and the ring on this finger left a mark uh, when I was using it here. So this was the Gen 1 size 10 or size 9, I forgot. I think size 10. Um, left a mark, but the size, yeah, uh, it does. But yeah, no, overall, it is really good. Uh, the thing that I have is that I do have um, a proper heart rate measurements tool that is like pharmacy grade thing that I mean I use in the hospital and so on. So the heart rate is similar. Sometimes like 1 BPM difference. So it's if it says 76 on the ring, it might say 74 on the arm. But yeah, the watch is also similar, but they do have some mistakes here and there. So yeah. Um I've seen also, Kat, I've seen that Lush has been having a ton of very good perfumes, um, or at least recommended good perfumes. So I don't necessarily know if I want to go there and test them out. But yeah. Um, but you know, overall, Mizzy, the ring is really cool. The the only thing that I hate about it is the fact that you need a subscription about it. Like, in order to get the full range of sensors and things working and used, you would need like don't worry about the link. The link makes sense. You are sharing links, you're talking about something, and you need a link to share. That's the normal behavior. Um, it the fact that you need to subscribe is just like a bit of a pain in the ass. Um, the fact that I don't need to subscribe is the reason why I'm still with them. If they ungrandfathered me from the program, I would probably go with something else. Like you know, like right now, my watches are from uh, Withings, and Withings doesn't really have an alternative right now. Like I don't know any other watch brands that are that clean and that good um, in terms of. Yeah, let me show you that. In terms of. Oh, that's probably the reason. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot I was connected to Japan. That's the reason my internet connection is slow. My bad. Um, Withings watches are the best looking smartwatches that I know of. Like I've never found a smartwatch that looks as well and as good as these bitches. Um, the one that I have is basically this one, but like the previous version, I have this one as well. Like I have these two from their previous runs, and they are really good. They look like a normal watch. They have a 25 to 30 days battery, which is impressive, and they don't cost too much. Still expensive, but again, this is 430 bucks. So I can get two watches for the price of one ring. So mm, choose choose better. I don't know. But this is like currently based on what I've seen, it is just like not in stock anywhere, and it seems most of Withing's stuff is kind of just like not available. Um, so it's annoying. Like I wish they had things available. Nonetheless, the Withings Plus is now roughly their requested, almost needed subscription. And I don't pay for it because they didn't grandfather me into the programs, which makes sense. But you know, if there was like another watch manufacturer, smartwatch manufacturers that were like uh doing something similar in terms of, oh yeah, we have a watch that looks like a watch that performs with all of the smart things that you want to have, as in tracking your steps, tracking your locations when you are running, um, getting your heart rate, getting your blood oxygens, and so on. I I go for that because goddamn. Also, this one is more expensive. Um, but yeah, and the thing that I do love is that they have like so many bracelets, so you can change shit. So if you um, like maybe you like leather in green, so it matches with it. Maybe you like something else, and so on. It's fun. I have so many. I have like six bracelets and two faces. I can swap in things. Makes sense. I have four rings on my desk right now, and there is another one that I don't have. Um, so I'm kind of, yes, the Lord of the Ring. See, I was expecting that to happen at some point. I knew. I was aware. I was aware. So technically, if I do this, yeah, I I kind of I'm missing one, but yeah. The good thing though is that two of them I could resell if I wanted to. I don't really care, but yeah, two of them I can resell because they are like one of them is basically brand new, and the other is worn but not too much. Marcy, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Where are you? Let's not bring it. God damn it. Um, I don't think he would. I don't think he would. Um, I can't have them all at once. That's the thing. Like I can only have um one here, and then on the other side, same thing. So if I take the five on the index, um, the three size 9 on this finger, and then on this one I can have. I mean, I technically have two size 10 So they can only fit on these two. One of them needs to go. So I can only wear one. And I could, but it doesn't make sense. I'm not really a ring person. Like, I don't like to have too much rings. I like watches and bracelets and mostly necklace because it makes sense. But yeah. Yeah, I think the you could potentially get one for your thumb. Maybe the 6 on your thumb could work, but it's also a weird placement. But it's feasible. Um, but you know, you have small ass fingers. But also, going back to what I said about the battery things, because you would be on the size 6, which is the smallest of size, you would have the smallest of batteries, meaning that knowing that from me, um, the battery basically not dies, but like reduce in capacity very, very fast. And then you have, and then you have, let me reset it so that you can have another chance. Let me give you another chance of this one. Can try again. Nah, I'm not making it. Not making it. Damn. I think you liked it. Like that was impressive. That that glitch was pretty good. I don't know what happened, but it happened. um, Everyone's dropping. Um, but yeah, no. Overall, I think the watches are the most reliable because they're on the wrist section, but they're on the top of the wrist. On the bottom, that would be better. So that's why the Whoop is a bit better. Whoop, whoop. Um, but yeah, it's uh, it's a different type of thing. Different. I guess that's what happened. Yeah, easy. I guess that's what happened. But yeah, it's yeah. I've been like on the tracker things at some point, very interested in what they have, and then I discovered the We Things watches, and I was like, yeah, that's what I need. Nothing else. Nothing else. Also, going back to the perfume that we are buying, the Scalpers one, the bottle is really interesting. I don't know exactly if I like trust them because it seems to be a website that does uh, clothes first, not perfumes. But again, the perfumes from Zara, for example, are really known to be pretty good. So potentially, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about it. But yeah, it is fine. It's a fine thing. Nonetheless, I need to send you somewhere. My brain is exploding at that time right now. I think Coffee's live, which is good. Coffee is doing some flowers. We have James, which is also doing some weird things. uh, um, you need coffee when we go to coffee? Yeah, that makes sense. Um, Rosie's lives though. We can do that. We can do that. We can send Stony to the emote creations. I feel like that makes sense. on Fridays we go there. um, which I'm really impressed by the fact that it is 1:30 a.m. in Japan and they're like streaming and fine with it. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. I highly appreciate it. As always, if you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. That is highly appreciated. And if you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. The Discord is there for that. But you can just, ask questions and so on. I don't think my stream deck is working with the Twitch chat. So, it's gonna be fine. It's going to be fine. I guess YouTube is getting all the links and you are not getting any of them. Hmm? Is that the thing? That is the thing. Yeah. Anyways, I should be back on Monday unless I have something else like I had this morning and then I need to take the day off because it might happen. Um, but yeah, we'll be back on Monday at 1:30 Paris time. May have some news. We'll see. But nonetheless, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.